So
we've been talking about bullshit.
We've been talking about bullshit. Honestly, most of it I don't care to repeat, other than the fact
male nudity,
male nudity, and Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, and Nino Kuni.
Nino.
Man, you had her at Nino, and then you didn't have to finish.
Like,
okay, now
since there was no audio, I probably looked really dumb. So I probably want to know what that was.
Baldur's Gate 3 was announced. Larian Studios, who did Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, making it. Super happy about that. We don't know when it's coming out. They said when it's ready. They
taking a page out of CD Projekt Red's book.
Yeah, so they are. They've been working with Wizards of the Coast, and the Descent into Avernus storyline that's coming in September.
Right. Yeah.
Actually has storyline seeds that lead into Baldur's Gate 3. So the Baldur's Gate bit that you do before you actually go into hell, my assumption is those plot threads will continue on into Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, wow.
Which I find to be super interesting and kind of cool. They said that when you play Baldur's Gate 3, like, you won't have to have played Descent into Avernus, obviously, but if you have, you'll see characters or references to events that happened in Descent into Avernus and things like that. So I think that's super cool that they're tying it all into the universe. The D&D meta that's going on, you know.
Yeah, the new meta.
It will be based on 5th edition rule set,
right? Just
like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were 3.5. So yeah, I'm excited about that. What else? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's Stadia had their thing. Google Stadia, their streaming.
Oh, that's a thing. Yeah.
Streaming gaming platform thing. I'm not gonna lie. I pre-ordered their Founders Edition thing. Not that I'm necessarily going to actually go through with it, but because I found out that you can go on the website because it's through Google Play, and Google Play doesn't actually charge you until something ships, and it doesn't ship until November 15th, that I can basically just say, cool, reserve me one, and it doesn't cost me anything right now, and then a couple months from now, if I decide I don't want to spend the money, I can just cancel it. Or if I decide, fuck it, then I'll already have it. So I just said, I'll click the button for now.
That is a thing.
I think before the new Nintendo Direct comes out, they did a whole thing on the new Pokemon.
Yeah, new Pokemon.
Like the Sword Shield, like a whole overview of what to expect, new features and shit like that.
I'm getting the dual pack for our household.
Yep.
So that
we were talking about
me and the stepson won't
I should probably do that tomorrow.
Yeah, so starting tonight and into potentially the foreseeable future, depending on how people enjoy the system and the story and everything else, we will be playing in Numenera. Specifically the printed adventure Slaves of the Machine God. If you go back into our archive a few episodes, you'll see where we made the characters that we'll be playing tonight. We kind of use that as a way to go over rules and setting and all that stuff, both for everybody that will be playing as well as audience, so that you weren't confused as shit by what you might watch. If you still are, hopefully just keep watching it all. You figure it out. Numenera is essentially, it's Earth. It takes place on Earth a million some years in the future. Actually, I think multiple millions of years in the future. Where
optimistic.
Where humans or other races and beings have risen and fallen and collapsed roughly 9 times. Makes this the 9th world. And so the landscape is littered with ruins and ancient technologies, which look a lot like to us here in 2019, like sci-fi futuristic technologies, but they are now old and forgotten things. The world of Numenera is somewhere between a fantasy setting. It's a fantasy setting where there's magic and stuff like that, but there's old technology, super technology, that the people don't quite understand and they can't recreate, but know just enough to cause problems with let's put it that way.
They can push a button or pull a trigger.
Yeah, exactly, and then shit happens, and that's about the extent that they know. So, it's interesting, you can kind of have just about anything that you could possibly think of exist within Numenera. Elvis's character is a prime example of that.
We'll get to him in a second.
We'll get to him in a little bit. But yeah, to kind of get things rolling, the characters, you guys are all going to, just for ease, you all know each other. Maybe not. Some of you maybe longer than others. When we made characters, with the exception of Elvis, because I had, I just did that last night. Most of you had, in your character generation steps, the ability to sort of like tie your character to other characters in the party at the table. So you at least know those characters maybe slightly better than others.
Can we go around and introduce?
Yeah, we'll do that in a second. But in general, you've known each other for a little while. You've kind of been contracted by this group called the Amber Gleaners in the area to basically just kind of explore around and map out the area. In specific, they're interested in 2 forests not too far beyond the town that you're in. The forests are called the Mephitic Forest and the Amaranth Forest. The town that you're in is the town of Elomir. It's kind of a small hamlet right now that is surrounded by it surrounds this kind of weird curved monolith in the center of town that gives off this occasional kind of like vibration hum. Also, there's a river that sort of like curves around S's just on the outskirts of town, the bridge that crosses over a big hill, and then there's a giant sort of hole in the ground. You guys can see this is a picture of it. This is Elomir here. And then the river that kind of runs past and falls into a series of waterfalls into this giant crater. There's known ruins and things like that down here in this crater that some people of Elomir adventure out to search for scrap, things like that. Ciphers and the like. There's a big hill here, and you can see the little monolith in the center of the town. Off in the distance, you see the amber crystal, which during the day, light reflects off of it, and you can see it as a big kind of like shining beacon off on the horizon. So it's not a big town, but nearby forests, like I said, the Mephitic and Amaranth forests, you've been hired to kind of explore around and map out the area for a group called the Amber Gleaners. So we'll go around and introduce our characters' names, descriptions, maybe a little bit about what you do, if you have any connections to other people at the table. Unfortunately, not all of our players are here. Ben is at a wedding, so his character isn't here. But otherwise, so if you want to still, if anybody has connections to Ben characters, you can still say what it is.
Yeah, I think I have a connection with Ben.
His character just, we won't be able to do anything with that today. So, just because I want to save Elvis for last, we'll start with Nate and go around kind of clockwise.
I'm playing Enoch, who is a driven nano who makes prophecy. He looks like a wizard. A cliche fantasy wizard.
It's got the big hat with the stars and moons.
Pointy hat, yeah, and a staff. His connection is to Ben's character.
Do you look like Yen Sid from like Sorcerer's Apprentice?
Yeah, Ben's character. My character believes that Ben's character is the Messiah.
We're in trouble already.
I like where this is headed.
Oh,
Okay. I had to come up with a name on the fly, so my character's name is Dyson, and he's a glaive, top glaive, which means like he's naturally he doesn't wear much armor, like because he is armor. What I mean by that is my inspirations were like a monk from like D&D, but fused with Adam Jensen from the Deus Ex video game series, well, the 2 games that he's in. So, like, there's still a lot of parts of me that are still like human and flesh and blood, and I can still die by normal means, but I've also got a lot of machinery on me. Some of the implants are discreet, and some are not so discreet. I have a connection to her character, which we'll introduce in a few minutes.
Yeah, he does.
My character was caught in a unfortunate accident that like literally almost destroyed his body, but I was still alive. And then she took me back to the temple that she belongs to, and they, using nanotechnology, they literally put me back together.
He was RoboCop.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it.
My character is Mystery, who is a mystical nano who plays God. She's a geneticist. She trained in a temple of Aeons. I think that's
Priest of Aeon.
Priest of Aeon. And she's well known and respected there. And in healing this guy, she's trying to find a way to give him a thing, and so she would really like to make him a companion because she's a geneticist. What better gift than a pet?
So your player is all about, in playing God, literally trying to create new life that does not yet
Pretty
exist on the planet.
If it's not novel, it's not mine.
Glenn.
I'm playing Calenthor. He's an obsessive seeker who figures things out. I'm thinking kind of like the Tomb Raider type people, Lara Croft, Indiana Jones type character who goes out there and explores for the Numenera.
Yeah.
And loves finding artifacts and manipulating them and seeing how they
work.
Work.
Okay. How do they work? Do you have physical characteristics that stand out, or character quirks or anything like that?
No, I just carry a big sword with me, and I also believe that Ben has a secret.
You believe that Ben has a secret. That
Yes.
secret might be that he's the Messiah.
Yes.
Prophet says so.
Yes. So that's my connection to
Okay.
the character.
I have his shoe.
And then there's Elvis.
Only the true Messiah.
Well, I will round this party out because Ben isn't here, and I am playing Foggy Bog Boohorn, who is a charming Arcus who wears power armor. Ahem! Once a normal chicken, while grazing, fell into an underground ruin. There that chicken became Foggy Boohorn, who was designated the new guardian of the facility. The system diagnostics indicated that a life form was below specified physical and intellectual guidelines for the position. So this facility injected the chicken with a serum, which grew to the small bird to a larger size, with a brain to match, and outfitted him with a suit of power armor. So, I am a chicken in power armor.
Robot chicken.
I am robot chicken.
So,
In Soviet Russia.
So the suit increases mental and physical characteristics, but it doesn't give me any skills, so I can't really speak, per se. The suit, translates for me and will tell you what I'm saying, but I'm really just a cock.
so to go along with it, if you notice your oddity, I don't know if you read that. Your oddity,
Where is the oddity? I didn't see
it's over here. Your oddity is a feather that just makes random bird sounds. This
was all put together last night in a rush.
And drunk, apparently.
No, to be fair, I did not rush this at all. I took quite a bit of time. I took hours making this character. So my inspiration, as I kind of said to everybody, was like one part Foghorn Leghorn, one part Tony Stark, one part Chicken Boo from Animaniacs. Which, if you haven't watched Animaniacs, you know Chicken Boo is literally a character who his shorts, where he was placed in random events in time.
Yeah.
And he was just a big ass chicken that was in like wore like period clothing or whatever, and he was often mistaken for somebody he wasn't really. And then even though he just sort of walked around and clucked like a chicken, he always inspired these historic events to happen, right? So the idea is that even though he just bagocks, and then people who he's talking to, hear a voice translating from his cerebral, the suit's translating into words, it's assumed that the bagok is just the part of the other random bird sounds that come from your oddity. So nobody recognizes that he's actually just a chicken. Even though, and that even the suit also manipulates people's minds into, like, they don't see a big giant chicken walking around. Once they, like, when you see him far off, they might be like, what is that? That's weird. But as you get close and you enter the field of this suit, that basically people begin to sort of Ishmael away what they see, that they may be convinced that, oh, well, it's a person with maybe an odd mutation or handicap or something like that, but that they are still largely human.
That's a chickenly man.
Yeah. That's an odd looking man, right? But
with a big nose.
But
He's
nonetheless,
got feathers for hair.
it might be part of his clothing. The feathers might be, or
part of
whatever
his
else.
clan.
It's
Duh.
always just sort of, and people, and maybe they think he's handicapped or he's mutated or whatever. And so, like, people tend to, and this is part of why you're like trained in persuasion and all this other stuff, is that, and deception, is that people have a tendency to just kind of want to go along with whatever Foggy wants to do, because either they feel bad for him, or they think, oh, this must be a very important person, or whatever else that they kind of rationalize everything away as.
I'm interested to see where this goes.
Brilliant.
And then when shit hits the fan, he has a power armor that sort of, Iron Man's out in nano machines and covers him, and then he can fire blasters out of it.
It's pretty funny.
We'll see where this goes.
Elvis told me that he had a miniature of a chicken in power armor.
I don't know if you guys can see that. It's not painted. It needs to get painted.
And so I was like, okay, that's what I'll make.
So let it be written.
Yeah. There we go.
That's a chicken.
That's a chicken guy.
So yeah, like I said, in Numenera, you can do anything. And that character, I did not cheese anything. That character is completely by the book made. So the only thing I changed was the fact that, like, there's no like chicken option in the book, but race. I mean, the book basically says that your race or whatever you are, your physical being, is largely irrelevant because it has no mechanical bearing unless you want it to. And so you can just be whatever the hell you want to be. I'm like, alright, well, he's a big fucking giant mutated chicken. That's just what he is.
And there you go.
Will I end up being dinner or the DPS? I don't know.
Anyways,
Stay tuned.
stay
I'm gonna
tuned.
laugh if you're the only one that survives the encounter sometime down the line.
Just looks around.
If you die, I'm eating you.
Fair enough. We'll do that. Roast meat with 11 herbs and spices.
No, this is millions of years in the future. Now they have 12 herbs and spices.
We got bad
It's the future.
Took that long to get a 12 spice.
Yeah.
The 12 spices, like deliciousness.
We had to wait for the genetic engineer to
Yeah.
give us
Right.
Or the aliens to bring, that 12th spice from the stars.
Yeah.
Popular.
flow.
That's right. That's right.
It's the
12th
spice from the
spice
Doom
is
planet.
The spice.
Melange.
Makes your eyes glow
Yes.
after you eat chicken.
He's like Atarac. Teams up with the Colonel. Next campaign.
Doing it. We're doing this.
All right. The Shai, it's Kentucky Fried Shai Halud. All right. So yeah, you guys have been in this town not very long. Your contract just started maybe a couple weeks ago here in Elamir. You've gotten to know some of the locals, not everybody. Mostly just sort of like the inn that you're staying at. people there and some of the other regulars and stuff like that. For the most part, the town is very homey, very welcoming. A few oddballs here and there, but as you would expect for a small kind of country bumpkin type town. But so the way I'm going to start this is that to kind of brush the rust, but it's not like we're rusty at this, just haven't done it. To kind of brush some of this off, we're going to start with not what's in the book. And we'll kind of have you, it's the morning, you guys are going to go out on a mapping expedition, kind of walk around. We'll have some things happen and allow you to roll some dice, and that'll kind of show you how some of this stuff works before we get into the meat of things of the adventure, and things that'll actually matter. So it's the morning. You guys have all gotten up, had breakfast, whatnot, and you're headed out into the wild to begin mapping. You're headed towards the. Do you want to go towards the Mephitic Forest or the Amaranth Forest? Doesn't really make too much of a difference, but
Wait, before we start, do we have an objective for today?
It's mapping out these
it's
forests.
just mapping.
Okay, because like I said, I have an obsession at the beginning of each day. I have to prepare myself for that.
Sure.
My obsession.
So I mean, right now
So-
it can be whatever you want, but right now your expectation is that you're just going to be out, sort of wandering around
I
doing
put
some
my
mapping of
totals in the big
unexplored
ones,
areas of
then
these forests.
whatever pool I
Okay,
draw from,
so choose
I'll
one
put it in
topic
the
or
small
idea,
ones.
so I'm going to choose mapping.
Like if I draw 2 from my might, I'll
Surveying,
put 2 in
whatever.
that pool.
Surveying.
Sure.
At least that's the way I read it.
Mephitic sounds fine to me. I don't know. It doesn't make a difference either way, right?
Not really.
I didn't ask for this, so let's just go.
Just say that every time something comes up.
Exactly.
You're right.
All right, so you guys head out. It takes you about.
I order an ale, and the ale comes. I didn't ask for this.
But you did. He says right here in the order.
It takes you guys maybe about an hour and a half to get to an area that's you guys haven't mapped yet, kind of like the edge of your existing map where you can continue on from your previous day's work. And for the first while, nothing all that crazy happens. Now you are out in the wild of Numenera, and the world is full of dangerous things when you're outside of sort of the protections of towns and cities and stuff. There are all kinds of mutants and monsters, robots that rise up from old ancient ruins, all kinds of stuff like that. So you're all on your guard. Eventually, you sort of see up ahead what looks to be a series of sort of shambling humanoid figures. They seem like maybe they're very sickly or whatnot. They're still a ways off. They're maybe a few 100 yards away. But you kind of see them off in the distance, just kind of like they're just so you're kind of coming up to the tree line of the forest, and you kind of see them under the shadows of the boughs of the trees, just sort of like shambling around in and out of the forest. Look like they might be people who are sick, or they might be monsters. You're not entirely sure at this point, but they have humanoid shape to them.
Okay.
Lepers.
It's possible. Like leapers? Like jumping?
Lemurs.
Lemurs.
That is also possible.
Or contagious individuals?
We'll not rule anything out.
They don't look friendly.
Can I observe them?
Sure.
I mean, I have a plot observation that says if I study a creature for a round,
Okay.
I can.
Yeah. So make a. So is that a trained skill, or is
It's,
that something you have to spend pool on, or anything like that?
This is tier 1 of the plot observation. You observe or study a creature or object or location for at least one round. The next time you interact with it, the difficulty of a related task is reduced by 1.
Oh, okay.
That's
All right,
just
so
an
you don't have to make a roll for that. So yeah, you kind of watch them. You get an idea of like what their movements are like and things like that. You've been as a seeker kind of in enough ruins at this point that you know that sometimes odd chemicals seep into the ground from deep below. Sometimes they rise up through the soil and things like that. That many, we have years and years of, you're walking on. No matter where you go, you're walking down the graves of somebody because it's been so many years of something, things dying. That sometimes it's not that uncommon that old grave sites, long forgotten, that are nearby facilities or ruins, whether they be magical or technological in nature, sometimes produce walking undead zombies. And these look pretty similar to that. They're usually not terribly dangerous, but they're not, they're not to be taken for granted either. You need to be on your guard with them. But you have a feeling that these are probably a handful of zombies of some kind. You can probably take them out. If you don't do something about them, they could make their way towards town and cause problems there.
There's I think they're like undead or something, some kind of a creatures. We can probably avoid them and continue mapping somewhere else, or
What direction do they seem to be heading? Or just
Right now, they're just kind of shambling around. They're still too far off to see exactly what they're doing. They don't seem to be like traveling right now.
and they're not interested in us, like coming towards us.
You're still too far away for them to probably have had any notice of you. I imagine at this point you kind of have all stopped and you're kind of, you're not making a lot of noise.
I'm specialized in understanding Numenera and sensing magic and that. Paying attention to the circumstance. Do I notice anything that would be alarming? Knowing that Numenera are typically like active, I guess, if they're doing something more than what it seems.
So, you have a feeling based on their movements that they might be... Something over there has their attention. For now. That could change. If they decided to start moving on, they could be... Like I said, they could eventually find their way towards Elamir and cause some problems if they made it there, or they could, this part of the woods is, like you said, you're here to map it, so you're not sure what else lies beyond, if there's more, or if they're undead, or if there's maybe other small pockets of civilization somewhere in the forest of creatures, maybe not necessarily humans, but other creatures that may be at risk to these, put at risk for these things' existence. You're not sure.
Something has their rapt attention for the moment, but we don't know what it is or how long it'll hold.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to avoid them if you wanted to avoid them. But...
Buddy should be our last option. Let's find another way around.
We'll have to come back to it eventually.
They're not paying us to fight.
Aye, alright.
Yeah, circle around.
Okay. You guys try to...
Continue doing our job.
Yeah, you start trying to kind of just... You're like, maybe we'll come back this way to map that area later, see if they're gone, or maybe tomorrow, whatever else, and they're not here. As you start moving again, everybody make essentially is a stealth check. If you don't have trained in stealth, then you're just going to be a flat D20 roll, unless you have some sort of cipher or something like that you could use.
Ciphers are only whatever level they are, right?
Yeah, they're whatever level.
So we're only at level 1, so we're not able to use anything that's
No, you can't. Yeah, no, you can't.
Oh, you can? Okay.
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay.
Just the level of a cipher, sometimes some ciphers have, depending on their level, may be stronger or less potent,
I see,
depending on
okay.
their level.
I rolled a 1.
So my nat 20 for me.
Okay.
Not 1, not 20.
9.
Move slowly, take a sort of roundabout path. We're far enough away. Something has their attention, so this shouldn't be too difficult to move past. And it shouldn't have been. But
Except for me.
but Enoch,
You bumbling wizard.
as you're sort of walking, you're like I said, you're not in the tree line of the forest yet. You're kind of on sort of an outskirt, open
Space.
plains, not plains, but like sort of grassy area, and it's not tall grass really, but it's wild grass. So it's maybe a little higher than ankle deep. Enoch steps in like a hole, whatever, kind of trips and falls, and in the process, kind of yells out like "Oh!" as he tumbles to the ground. You all sort of turn and look, and now the zombies look to be moving in y'all's direction. They heard a noise and they're coming to investigate.
I quickly moved to help him up.
Okay.
Well, Terrence, we're
Sorry.
fucked now.
I guess they are paying us to fight.
How far are we from the tree line?
You're probably about 200 yards, so it would be considered well beyond a long range right now. In terms of if you have any ranged
So
spells or
the shambling creatures are closer than the tree line.
They are now, but just barely. They're sort of coming out of the tree line at this point. They were kind of like right at the tree line.
In range of a medium range weapon?
No.
Oh.
Far beyond long.
Okay.
They are outside of anything that.
How many of them are there?
You count about 5.
Even odds.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, looks like
And-
they're interested in it now, so let's
So we're gonna.
form up.
Yeah. Right now, you have plenty of time if you want to make any preparations. Like you're kind of watching them. They've spotted you and they're moving your direction. But they're zombies.
Okay.
They don't appear to be moving very, very quickly. But so if there's anything you want to do in preparation, you have time to do that. But however, you do notice, they don't all look. As they get a little bit closer and they come out of the shadows of the tree line, they don't all look the same. One seems much larger than the others. And one you actually see, at first you only saw 5, but a 6th actually leaps out of the trees and kind of like hits the ground on all 4, then looks around and then leaps
Oh,
again.
no, he's one of them fast zombies.
Hunter.
And then another one is another one is actually looks to be not just shambling, but actually kind of like
Running.
clumsily, like running rather quickly. So there's 2 that are kind of in the lead now. What is it? 4 sort of regular ones that are. No, I'm sorry. 3 kind of regular ones that are kind of surrounding a larger, bigger, almost more muscular creature.
Okay.
So esoteries that pulls from our pool, right?
So your esotery should have a listed intellect point cost.
Yes.
So if it's, I know for a nano you start with an intellect edge of 1. If the cost is just 1, it means that your edge negates that cost and you can do it for free. If it has a cost higher than 1, then you subtract 1, your edge score
So
from.
the edge basically it cuts down the costs.
Yeah, so your edge score for a given stat, when you use an ability that uses pool points from that stat, you get to subtract your edge score from the total cost. So if it's a 2-point esotery, you have an edge of 1, it actually only costs you 1 pool
Okay.
to activate it.
And I'm just you kind of see me go armor.
Okay. So as
I
it's-
just kind of cast ward.
Alright, so I have danger sense. That doesn't come into
That's going to be initiative, right? So we're about to do that here in a second. You guys kind of have time, so I'm giving you guys some prep to look over what you have and what you want to do ahead of combat.
When I start getting into
I
a
also
defensive
bought a
stance, like monk style.
Chicken armor just kind of.
What's your ciphers? Anything useful?
What is a cipher?
You're a sniper.
Oh, I am a cipher.
I kind of unfurl my whip without
One
making
that's
it
like
I'm getting
you
a
noise.
have on you.
Yeah, I guess this is a multi
Nah, probably not. Harmony lamp and a.
and a far speaker, which is kind of just a loudspeaker I can detach and move somewhere else.
Yeah, or like a weird kind of walkie-talkie thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, one thing you guys notice about my character is that like I'm not really wearing invisible armor. I have like loose clothing on.
Okay.
Breathable clothing, I should say. Like not like loose, but
It's kind of like just like a jacket.
He's just like walks around like a Playboy robe, pretty much.
no.
I have 2 copies of it, I think. I think it's the same.
If that were the case, I would know what creature to make him.
A small bunny.
Thank you.
No, big bunny.
Please God, no.
Playboy bunny.
A wild hair.
Have you played Final Fantasy 12?
I have. Oh, the Vera. I would not mind that because they are hot.
Well, anyways, I'm gonna notch a bolt to my crossbow.
Okay.
My crossbow. So
I guess I need to get a weapon. I have weapon written down, so I need a weapon.
weapon would be useful.
I am a weapon.
You're a nano. You should. Did you not take the
Throw a dude
You
and
get,
another dude.
light
esoteric blast spell or whatever?
I have onslaught.
I think that is a damage you did, didn't it?
Yeah,
It
I
is.
need to look it up and see what
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
the details are.
It's 4 points physical damage or 2 points of mental damage. You just have to pick
Yeah.
which you're
Hang on.
using.
Yeah.
So
It's what?
4 points.
It's 4 points of physical damage if you choose to use like a force hit, and 2 points of mental damage if you choose to target their brain,
never mind.
their
Yeah.
mind.
But
If they don't have a mind, like if it's a construct
Undead.
of some kind, it doesn't affect
What
them.
the 2 damage ignores armor,
Correct.
where the 4 damage does.
And remind me again, what are shins?
Money.
Money.
Okay, money.
Bottle
Yeah.
caps.
Yeah, they're bottle caps. essentially.
They're on your legs.
Put your knees up.
So
Well, I have 3 of them, so I'm really an oddity. I guess.
It's Wirt and his third leg.
All right, Peter North.
My 3rd shin. Yes.
Is that what we're calling it now?
So let's go ahead, as you guys are all sort of prepping yourself. Foggy's armor begins sort of like the nano machines sort of like start constructing his power armor around him. You see Callan Thor begins sort of loading his crossbow and taking aim and kind of watching them approach. Mystery casts a spell, which you sort of see just briefly, this sheen of like an invisible force field surround her. Dyson?
Yeah.
Like the vacuum?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
No, like the sphere, the Dyson sphere.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right.
okay.
Or like the dude who
I like that
invented
better because now
It's
don't associate me with a fucking vacuum, all right?
Oh
Um,
man.
At least
I don't
it's
think you
high-tech.
do that with a vacuum.
he just sort of takes a defensive stance, awaiting the zombies' approach,
Yeah.
and then
You see like these shade things come across my eyes.
Enoch is doing.
I just discreetly get behind everybody else.
So after pulling himself up off the ground, Enoch's just kind of like making sure there are other people between him and the zombies.
You.
Operation
Try
Get Behind
to
the
say-
Party.
That's right.
I try to say some tranquil monk shit, but I end up sounding like what's his name from the Gamers, Brian Lewis, I think his name is.
So
If one must fight, we do so with stuff.
What do I do? Oh. Nope, that's not it. This place?
Did you lose your zoomsies?
My zombies.
My zombies?
Zoomies. No.
Alright, so let's go ahead and roll initiative now.
Okay.
Is it speed or
No.
So yeah, I mean, alright, so initiative technically is a speed test. your speed score doesn't matter unless you want to spend effort to kind of increase the odds of you going early in the round. If you want to expend effort, it means it will lower the target number for you to roll above, but you have to spend effort costs 3 points from the relevant pool. Edge applies for your first level of effort. And right now, you're at first tier. You can only ever spend 1 level of effort.
Right.
Later on, if you wanted to spend multiple levels of effort, it would cost 2 per additional level. So it's 3 and then 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. But edge applies. So if you have a speed edge, it actually only costs 2 points for your first level of effort. I don't think anybody here has a speed edge, however.
How often do you get the pullback?
You have to make a recovery roll to get pullback. Your first recovery roll in a day is just a single action, and you get 1d6 plus 1 points back. Spread out however you want amongst your pools. The next one takes 10 minutes. The next one takes an hour. The next one takes 10 hours.
Okay. And they recover overnight?
That's essentially your 10 hour.
Right.
Okay. All right.
So, if you want to spend speed pool to put effort on your initiative, you can do that.
My danger sense gives me 1 speed. Does that mean anything? Like, does reduce the difficulty of an initiative?
Right. So you automatically kind of get 1 free level of effort, sort of, on your initiative. So your target number is going to be 1 step lower than everybody else's by default. If you wanted to spend effort, you could have it be 2 steps lower.
Right.
But yeah, I'll just say for ease, anybody who said that they're not really doing anything other than kind of taking a defensive sort of action, like Dyson and to some extent Enoch, I'm giving you an asset on your initiative roll because you're kind of just
waiting.
You're just waiting and prepping for their assault.
Try to defend everybody else.
Yeah,
especially her.
So, has everybody made your d20 roll?
Yeah.
What'd you get?
10.
All right, so you'll be going before
12.
4.
6.
Also
After.
6.
You will actually be going before. That's exactly what you would need because you took a defensive action waiting for them.
Right.
You needed a 6 or higher.
Okay.
So,
Gotcha.
After.
You rolled low.
4.
All right.
See, pass.
So the only people going after are Enoch and Mystery are going after. Everybody else gets to go first before the monsters. Which of you 3 want to go?
Are they within
take the
range
first hit?
of crossbow?
What's the range on your crossbow? Medium? Not yet. Right now, I would say they're just the 2 that are in the lead that are kind of putting distance between the other 4 are just entering long range.
Then
right
I'll
now.
start tracking the lead one with the crossbow.
Okay.
My range.
Dyson or Foggy?
I think I'll defer to you before I go.
Well, my range on power armor attacks is short, so just
All my stuff is very extremely short range. Like,
It's punching.
yeah.
Yeah,
We're just sitting there like Wakanda, waiting for the damn thing to break through the wall.
yeah, really. I'm kind of a mind to see if they'll understand anything, but would I know that they are mindless undead or?
Yeah, you probably haven't dealt with undead before, so you don't really.
So I cluck at them. I'm like in the suit was saying, you know, please stay away. We do not want any troubles.
Okay.
Part of my action would be to observe it, so that way the next time when it gets within range,
No,
I would have.
I already
Yeah,
assumed
gotcha,
that
okay.
much.
What was the range on Onslaught? I didn't write that down.
I'm going to look into your player's guide. I'm going to assume. All right, make a persuasion check. I'm going to be. They don't have stats on what their influence is. I'm going to assume it's going to be higher than what their default difficulty is because they're fucking mindless undead.
All right. Well, it says trained in pleasant social in all tasks involving pleasant social
Well, so
interaction.
persuasion though, you have a
Persuasion.
specialty in where specialty persuasion,
Especially in
which means it's actually 2 levels lesser than.
Well, I got a 5.
Which you need.
So it's gotta be really
Okay.
close.
Unfortunately, they do not seem to be changing course. They don't seem to be sort of stopping or relenting in any way. They don't. You didn't roll low enough to make them all be coming after you,
Okay.
but they seem to not really be.
They don't care. They're
Yeah,
gonna
they
keep
don't
on
They
coming.
heard you.
Yeah.
They don't care. They care not what you say.
So now it is their turn.
I care little for the words of birds.
The two that are in the lead now have entered
Raise the temp.
short
What
range.
bullshit sign language was that?
Other one.
They're moving. They're moving incredibly fast. One just sort of straight, like kind of running. The other one sort of leaping on all four. They have entered. They're now have covered so much ground in that time. They're now within short range of everybody.
Oh.
Um,
All right then.
so that's within short range is basically anywhere within like 25 feet of you.
They're short range now.
So the one that's just kind of running is still just kind of running. It doesn't seem to have anything that it can do. The one that's kind of on all four though is going to. You kind of said you took a point position sort of up front,
Yeah.
right? So it's going to attack you. It's sort of its tongue elongates out of its mouth, sort of opens its head back almost impossibly wide, and this tongue shoots
It's an
out to
undead
you.
frog.
Jesus.
No, I'm fighting Venom.
They went from long range to short range?
Make
Yeah, they
make
ran.
a
All of them. Well,
defense
no,
check,
all
so
of
this
them.
is-
Like, first
this
two.
is a
the ones that were like looking at
a
the
speed
fast
defense.
zombies. The rest of the zombies.
So
are still
ultimately,
slow.
if you want to spend effort, it's just a straight check unless you're trained in speed defense, which I don't think you are,
I don't.
because that was one of the options for you being
No point in
trained in no armor, but you decided to take armor.
Oh yeah, I have a 4 damage reduction. But the,
You do have 4 damage
the
reduction.
speed effort is increased by 1 though.
It should-
some-
oh, that's right, because you're a medium armor.
yeah, medium armor.
Nice.
So, so if you spend effort, it would
I mean, I
cost
don't
you a
know
little
either. I was
more.
gonna, so.
But if you don't want to spend effort, you're just making a straight D20 roll.
I'll try for a straight D20 roll. Let's see what happens. Nat 20.
Okay. Yeah. You sort of it fires this disgustingly long tongue, 20 feet or so at you. Yeah, almost like you see it coming though, and you are able to like grab it out of the air, but it's slick and slimy, and it retracts back through your hand, and you're just kind of leaving this goo dripping down your arm.
Why am I dripping with goo?
The other ones, the 4 in the back, the big one, the other ones, they're still shambling. They're at long range still, so they're way kind of back. So now we have the 2 that are going after Mystery and Enoch. Which ones do you guys want to do next?
Okay, I'll go. I'm going to try mental damage on the one with the tongue for onslaught,
Okay.
and it's 2 damage. Do I roll
You
still?
need to, so
or-
you need to roll still, yeah.
Okay. It's a 14.
All right, so you assault its mind. When you to do so, you have to kind of connect with its mind, and when you do, you have this brief, overwhelming sense of like hunger overcome you just briefly, and then like you kind of as you pull back, it subsides, but and you do some damage to it, but it doesn't collapse or
No.
die or anything like that. But it seems to sort of like shake its head as it's sort of all contorted on all 4.
And I say loudly, I was like, it's ravenous and it has a mind.
Enoch.
I'm going to use Onslaught. I'm going to try to do physical damage to it.
Okay.
I rolled a 7. Do I
Alright.
add anything to that?
No. Unless you don't have anything that says you're like trained in Anything that would be relevant to that, like any types of attacks or anything like that. Typically, no one starts with training in attacks at first
look,
year.
I'm
But...
trained on initiative.
Oh, well, that would have been...
Yeah. No.
I actually don't think that it would have put you high enough because you rolled a
Probably.
4, I think.
Yeah, I rolled a
Yeah.
I think I missed.
Yeah, so Enoch shoots a blast of magical energy from his hands that this thing that's kind of, again, sort of contorted on all four, sees it coming and leaps about 6 or 7 feet to the side, and the blast scatters dirt and grass sort of all over. So now back around to those who are going beforehand.
Okay, I was at yeah. Does it mean we could? Because I was like tracking one of them till it gets in range. Then leave
Sure.
one.
So it's your. I mean, we're back to where you can act. So
Okay.
there's one within short range of you.
Is this the second round? Or
There's
is
2 within short range of you.
Is
This
it-
is second round.
Okay, so the first round I couldn't act on, even though I was training.
No, there's
on
no
it.
like. There's no like.
It's not delay action or whatever.
Yeah, holding actions.
Because like I said, it went from long range to short range. So
Essentially, there's no holding actions delaying. Really, all there is sort of compensate for that. There's like gaining an asset on your next turn towards doing whatever action you wanted to take, because sort of you were taking time to aim or whatever else type thing.
okay, well then
Firebolt.
I'll fire my bolt at him.
Okay. So you automatically, because you were watching them, and you automatically are reducing difficulty by 1 because you took an addition. But you were doing that when they were still way off.
Right.
So since you took another turn, sort of just like waiting, I'm going to give you another asset, which is going to reduce the difficulty to hit them by 2.
Okay.
So
Hopefully it will hit, but if I roll shitty, of course it won't. And of course I roll shitty. I roll a 4.
okay. Despite all of your aiming, these 2 that you're firing at right now, they're up front. Are you firing at the one that's sort of jumping or the other?
Whichever one was in the lead.
They're pretty neck and neck. Those 2 have been firing at the one that's jumping. You want to continue the assault on that one first, or go to the other one?
Whichever one at the particular time it was on my turn last time was in the lead. Even though they're neck and neck, or anticipate whichever one could possibly be here before. So
Just pick one.
Glenn, pick one.
okay, the one they
Jesus.
fired on.
Okay. If there was one that was definitively going, I would have told you. I'm asking you which one you want. All right. So you fire your crossbow bolt at it, but again, these 2 seem to move at heightened speeds. And after you sort of fire, and just after it leaps out of the way of the bolt from Enoch, and you try to knock it out of the air, but it just kind of skirts underneath it and flies, and you see it kind of land in the grass also in the distance. Dyson or Foggy?
Yeah, if Tongue Boy is not too far away, I'll go up and
Which one?
the Tongue Boy is.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that attacking front?
So it's short range right now.
Flicky dog.
You can move an immediate distance and take an action still in 1 round, or you can move a short distance and take no action round. So you could get to him and not take an action, unless you have some abilities like fleet of foot and stuff like that will allow you to move short distances and still
I'll have that.
take an action. But so you could get to him this turn, but you wouldn't get to attack him this turn.
Okay, well.
Or you could hold, basically gaining an asset on your next turn, but he's probably going to be able to get to you. Either way, he's probably going to be able to get to you, because if you move up to him, you're right there and he can attack you.
Right.
Or if you wait, you can either take an asset on your defense roll against him when he moves to you, or you can hold it as an asset to an attack roll on him on your next turn.
Well, I was gonna see about moving up to him, and then like immediately taking a defensive stance, preparing for his attack.
Okay, but taking the defensive stance would still be an action. So if you want to just sort of prepare yourself defensively, you can hold your ground, gaining an asset to your defense roll when he moves to you and attacks.
Okay, then I'll do that instead.
Okay.
I'll taunt him over and make him target me.
And that's the one that uses tongue?
Yeah.
Trying to get him to come at you? Okay.
Yeah, trying to get him to come to me
That's the one
and
with the
ignore
shooting, right?
everybody else.
Yeah, that's the one everyone's going to shoot.
I want him to see me as a perceived threat, so that way I can engage him directly.
Okay. I'll have you if you want to taunt him, no, because you're largely up front anyways. So no, I'll say you taunt him, but the likelihood is he's probably coming after you. Anyways.
Good.
So I was gonna have you sort of make like a roll to see if you get his attention, but I think you kind of largely already have it. Anyways.
Excellent.
Foggy?
The other one, not the non-tongue fleshy one.
Sure.
Is he within short range?
He is within short range. Yes.
I will fire a blaster at him.
Okay.
A meteor blaster. That is a 12.
That will be exactly what you need to hit him.
Sweet. I do 4 damage.
All right. So Foggy launches out of his suit. He's got these guns that sort of come up out of his arms, and he fires sort of these energy blasts out of his armor. That as he sees that the one that's kind of been jumping around seems to be pretty light on its feet and nimble, he decides to focus on the other one that hasn't really done much, and kind of lays into the energy blast, kind of blasts into, and you see flesh and bone sort of get blasted away, doing 4 points of damage. It doesn't drop. It seems to almost ignore the damage as if it doesn't care, continuing to move.
Okay.
But you definitely blasted like a huge chunk out of it. Now it's the enemy's turn. The ones in the back are now within medium range.
They start doing the thriller.
And the other two have now closed the gap. We'll say that the one that you just hit is now going to move towards you since you kind of got his attention with the attack.
It's not stuck in my head.
And the leaping one was taunted by Dyson, so it's going to leap onto Dyson. We'll do that one first.
Come on, Mr. Mickey.
Oh, okay, where's... Oh. There it is. I think so. So, make a speed defense roll again. If you want to spend effort, then you'll need to spend... For you, it's 4 points of effort to... Well, you're getting 1 asset already, so you're already lowering the difficulty by 1.
Okay.
But
I want to spend stuff. How does that work?
so if you wanted to spend effort to reduce it a second step, then normally it'd be 3 points of speed, since it's a speed test, to get a level of effort. Because you're wearing medium armor, you have to spend 1 additional point. So you'd be spending 4 points out of your speed pool. So whatever your speed is right now,
That's 16 total.
reduced down to 4, reduced 4, so to 12, and then you essentially are going to have an easier time getting out of the way.
Like when I put like 4 into the pool, is that?
Yeah, if you wanted to do that.
I want to use it like that. Okay.
You either subtract or just put points in the pool until the pool matches your stat, and then at that point you know you're out.
Yeah, I was just asking them to straight. I knew how to do that. I'm just gonna make a straight roll. I'm not gonna do any of that.
Okay.
Just gonna try my luck here. 5.
A 5.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, you needed a 6 or better, even with the asset, because normally you needed a 9, dropped it down to a 6.
Right.
So, it leaps right on top of you and begins kind of like clawing at your chest and kind of ripping into your flesh, like down to some of the sort of implanted metal and armor plating beneath the skin. You take 3 points of damage. So this is might damage. So it's your might pool is reduced by 3 points. So again, you can just put a 3 in your might pool if you wanted.
Okay.
And then once you, if you get enough points that equals your stat, then you're out of might.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I'll just put -3.
all right. So that's its turn. The other one that you fired at runs at you. It just kind of throws itself at you and tries to bite into you. You're covered in armor, but it's as it opens its mouth, you see its teeth are sort of sharp and jagged, and look like they might possibly be able to get through. You're not sure. Make a speed defense roll as well. Again, the fact that it's a speed defense roll is irrelevant unless you want to spend effort. It's generally just you're going to make
Okay.
a roll.
I'll roll. I'll save my effort.
Or
point.
if you have training, then that would be relevant. But
I
you don't have training.
of
This
that.
is a King's Hawaiian.
If it were, it'd be yummy.
Natural 1.
Ah, shit.
Okay, so the thing manages. You sort of are taken aback at how fast this thing closes the gap on you, and when it throws itself at you, you can't get out of the way. It not only bites into your armor, but actually doesn't even bite into your armor. It finds an area where it's mostly just flesh exposed, like where the armor
Yeah.
where the armor platings sort of have to kind of separate to allow movement,
Right.
and sinks its teeth in. You actually take additional damage. You take 5 points of might damage.
Ouch. Okay.
Damn.
Now, my might score says 8/11.
So 8 is when your suit is not active. 11 is when it is.
Alright. Alrighty. This dice is going in jail.
All right. That was the bad guy's turn. So we have Enoch and Mystery up next.
I'll go. Is there a penalty for me firing at the dude that's in contact with a friendly? Okay.
No, there's no sort of like cover mechanic. I mean, as a DM, I could, if I wanted, add a hindrance, which is basically just an increased
Right.
difficulty. By default, the game kind of says like, don't bother unless the situation
Demands it.
really demands it.
Alright, well, I'm going to try to blast the one that Elvis is in contact with, the fast one,
Okay.
with Onslaught Physical. 11.
All right. Unfortunately, after this thing sort of tears into, what's his name? Foggy. It kind of pushes back quickly, and looking like it's going to try to kind of throw itself at him again, and kind of maybe knock him to the ground. But again, it moves so quickly. You try to fire at it, and your bolt kind of passes between Foggy and the thing as it puts some distance between the two. You needed a 12, and you got an 11. So it was close, but unfortunately, even though... So just to kind of... normally I wouldn't give this kind of information, but this is kind of being done as a primer. Most of these zombies are a level 3 monster, meaning the difficulty is a 9 for most of their things. But because these two are fast, their speed defense is boosted to a 4, meaning you have to have a 12 to hit the fast ones. So, but say the regular zombie though, because they're slow shambling type things, even though they're a 3 monster, which would be a 9, they reduce the 2 hit to a 2, so you need a 6 to hit those. So a monster's level is kind of the default state, but certain special properties about a monster may cause certain dice rolls to need higher or lower to affect. So you miss. Mystery, you still are up.
Right. Then we're going to try to hit it with whip. Because I have to lift my hand to
Okay.
Whip.
Whip. With the cool.
I hit it with a quip.
it. 7.
Say whip. Whip. Say cool. Cool. Say whip. Cool whip.
You're eating hair.
I ate some big hair pie.
We're just being stupid.
I know. It's dumb.
Okay.
7.
7, yeah. So you which one you're doing, the mental one again?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just you try to connect with its mind again, but you actually find that there's something sort of shielding you, blocking you out. You just can't quite make a connection where you could really do any harm.
Are ciphers in this book?
No, there are no ciphers in that book. If you need to look up ciphers, they're going to either be in here
Look in the cipher book.
or
Cipher.
here. I don't know which one your cipher came out of, so you're going to have to check both.
Okay, check this out.
Um,
Speed up time here.
gravity changer.
I have a question. What does minor effect suggestions and major effect suggestions?
So if you roll a 19,
Chapter 17, page 272.
then you get a minor effect. The suggestion, if you want, anytime you roll a 19,
Symbol.
your minor effect
Yeah.
that
Discovery.
is suggested by your focus or your type or anything like that, I'll always be like, yeah, you can always do that. You can always do whatever it says as long as it's relevant to what's happening. Or you can come up with other things. You can also just do additional damage, or you could say, oh, well, I want them to be, I want them to be tripped, or I want them to be dazed for a turn, or I want whatever.
Yeah, in regard to this, as for my applied observation, a minor effect would be like it doesn't take an action for me to for that to apply, or if it's a major effect, it says intuition flares and you get an asset on your task. So, like, say if I rolled, we think I'd roll 20.
So a 20 is a major effect.
Right. So if I was like doing my applied observation and I rolled a 20.
Well, you don't have to roll for your applied observation, but what you could do is if you made an attack roll and rolled a 19, then you could say, as my minor effect, I want to apply my observation for free,
Gotcha.
so that my next round I get that reduced difficulty
I
on
gotcha.
my next action.
I gotcha.
Because normally it takes an action for you to be like, I'm watching it.
Right.
So you do nothing this turn to ease your next turn, right?
Gotcha.
If you rolled a 19, you just be like, nah, dude, I'm getting that bonus next turn for free. And that'd be fine.
Excellent.
But we're back around the top, so we got
Enoch? Was Enoch after?
Yeah, you
Enoch already went,
Okay.
and so did Mystery. So we're back up to Dyson, Foggy, or Kalenthor. Which
How
one?
close is it to? Is it like within?
So they're the two.
There's one literally on top of me.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I wasn't like right next to
It
you.
doesn't matter. You're there. So as long as you're within about within 10 to 25 feet of each other, it's all considered immediate range.
So I can move and act.
You can move and act within an immediate range.
Because flex the crossbow,
Yeah.
break out the bastard sword with two hands, and
Okay.
try to slash this mother.
Sure.
So that's what I'm doing. I want to run up on the one that's attacking.
I mean, there's one that's on Dyson and one that's on Foggy.
Yeah, feel free to attack mine.
I'll come out. I'll come and shave the chicken.
Okay.
Shave the chicken.
Shave the chicken.
Shave the chicken. So I'm gonna run up to him and I'm gonna try to
Okay.
Alright,
Go ahead and make a roll. Do you don't have any assets or anything to help you on a might attack or anything like that?
Not that I can see.
Okay.
18.
All right. So on an 18, you do +2 damage.
Okay.
If you succeed, which in this case you are succeeding.
So it's with two hands. It's 6 damage.
Right.
So-
So now you're just going to 8 damage
Okay.
onto it. So this is the one that he had already hit for
Okay.
4 damage earlier. So you walk up and this thing had just kind of pushed back off of tearing into him and is about to throw himself and try to tackle him to the ground, tackle Foggy to the ground. But as it rears back and Enoch's blast misses it, you come up, you drop your crossbow, pull out your bastard sword, and just cleave into this thing and just cut right through it. Like its flesh just falls away, bone. Like there's no real meat holding it all together. It's all just kind of sloppily held together, and you just cleave through it and you're crunching and cracking through the skeleton, and it just crumbles to the ground.
Then I say, "Chicken's off the menu now."
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we still have Foggy. So you just watch that happen. It's
Observation. Gross.
It's still you or Dyson can go next.
I'm picturing like, the robot from Lost in Space, except it's just your suit and there's a little spot that lights up. As we talk. Anyways, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put that question thing off of me.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Okay. Ooh, 17.
So on a 17, you get plus one damage. So it's +1 for a 17, +2 for an 18. 19 is a minor effect. 20 is a major effect.
Okay.
So
But everything here says on my attack +5 damage per fist. So what does that mean?
well, so it means your fists naturally do 5 damage.
Okay.
In this case, you're gonna since you roll 17, you're getting 1 on top of that. So you're doing 6 damage. So this thing sort of has jumped on you. You're still standing, but it's kind of just like on top of you, clawing you, like hanging onto the front of you, and you just kind of take one arm, push it back just far enough, and it's sort of like snapping at you. Its tongue kind of slithering out. You just see its face just like cave in. It doesn't die, but it does kind of fall off of you.
It's not happy.
Yeah, it kind of makes some
Don't punch that
horrible
bitch.
sounds, and it is not happy about that at all. It seems like it's sort of like stunned a little bit and trying to recover from the hit.
Anyway, I was witnessing that. Would have seen like my arm sort of glow a little bit before finally like kind of like Godzilla powering up.
All right, so
One Punch Man.
Foggy,
Okay, so does it take any actions to stand up, or
you hadn't been knocked down yet. It was going to
it was
attempt
going to
to.
knock me down.
It was
Okay,
going to attempt to until it got cleaved in half by
gotcha.
Calendar in tween.
And then
In
with
tweet.
this one, the one that was attacking Dyson here, you're able to punch it off.
You punched it off. It's still
punch his face.
alive,
Okay.
but it's pretty hurt.
Well, then I will turn and try to finish it off
Okay.
with a short blast. That's gonna be a 4, so no.
All right, so
Shit.
you blast at it, but it's sort of you blast right as it's sort of shaking its head and recovers, and it sees the shot coming out of it, and it kind of just like rolls across the ground out of the way, and your blast hits the dirt just in front of Dyson, and you see the ground sort of and dirt and grass fly up, but the thing's not there. It's kind of rolled over a few feet out of the way. At this point,
Got it away from you.
yes, though
What
it
the
leaps.
fuck, chicken?
It leaps back at him. It's just sort of like angry at what you've done to it. It tries to open its mouth again to like shoot its tongue out, but its face is all like it can't really get its mouth open now from the way you've like caved its face in. So instead, it decides to just leap on top of you again and try to claw at you. So it jumps at you. Make another defense roll.
Defense roll. You know what? This time, just for safety measure.
You gonna spend some effort.
Yeah. So I got 4, right? I got to spend 4.
You gotta spend 4
So, fuck.
because of your armor.
Gotcha.
Wait, do you have speed edge? I thought you had. Do you have speed edge?
Alright.
Oh, you do, because you have speed edge and might edge.
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
So
one.
it actually only costs you 3 because you can apply edge to that.
Okay, it's probably not gonna matter. I rolled a 1.
Okay,
We are doing great.
I know.
man. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, it still gets you, and it's going to do additional damage.
Shit.
So, it seems pissed at what you did to it, and it's going to try to kind of bring you down. It leaps on top of you and starts just with all 4 claws now, just sort of like tearing your flesh apart. Your clothes are kind of getting destroyed, and you're going to take 5 points of might damage.
Oh.
It's -8 total.
Um,
the last time.
Might need to use a recovery.
So, the other ones have now moved into short range.
Okay.
Next round, they will be on top of starting to kind of engage with all of you. They don't look like they have any sort of means of attacking you from far away. But
And the big one?
I need to go.
the big one as well. There's 4 of them.
I want to use a cipher.
Okay.
I have a gravity changer.
Sweet.
So, what that does is once placed, the plates change the direction of gravity with an area up to short distance in diameter. The gravitic warp can be continuous across the affected area, or it can bend and curve, changing directions within the area up to a number of times equal to the level of the cipher. Once gravity is warped, it cannot be changed, persist for 28 hours. Mine is a level 3 cipher. So what I want to do is I want to reverse gravity in a horseshoe shape in front of us, so that we can back up and anything approaching from the front falls up.
Okay. All right, yeah, no problem. So you kind of take these this plate, and you kind of just like throw it in such a way it's a series of sort of interconnected plates, and as you sort of throw them in like a fan out way, it just kind of and falls on the ground in this horseshoe shape in front of all of you guys, and you can kind of see like these waves of energy sort of distorting the air in the area, and it's activated.
So they're short range away. They should be.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So as soon as you do that, they sort of like take a step and they just whoops, and they just kind of fly in the sky. And you're just like,
For how far?
Yes.
they will because they had forward momentum. They will fall out of the area, but they will probably be up for a round or so.
They're gonna fall down inside the village.
Forecast calls for possible showers of undead.
So mark off your cipher. So they're one-time use. That cipher is gone. What
I felt like the situation called for it.
I think you were right.
Oh, mystery is the only one left.
We want you. Alright, so everything's floating now?
Yeah, just
They're
the
not
ones
the
that were
one-
They're
coming.
not floating. They are falling straight up.
The
And
ones
then-
that were coming to us.
Right. And there's still one on Greth.
Yeah. That one is still attacking us.
Yeah.
We're gonna attack the one that's still on Dyson. The one on Dyson, we're gonna try we're gonna try Onslaught again.
Slot
So,
Okay.
of honor.
mental damage. And I don't think that helped. That was a 4. Dice jail.
Dice jail.
And I'm going to tell everybody not to go that way.
Do not go that way.
Don't fall up.
It's only a model.
So yeah, you again try to do your onslaught on it. This sort of, it seems like now that it's engaged and in combat and it's attacking something, that sensation of the overwhelming hunger is so strong that it just pushes
Can't
you
break
out of
through
its mind.
Obsessed much?
So
You do.
I do.
Kalanthor
right
and
here.
or Foggy or Dyson, whichever one of you has an idea of what to do next.
If you're not gonna, I mean, you can still act before try to push
Yeah,
him
I'll
off.
try, that's my action.
Yeah.
To try to get it off me again.
Make an attack roll.
Okay. 13.
That'll hit. So this time you're doing 5 points. You don't get the extra
Yeah.
damage, but luckily it's enough. It's yeah. Basically it's just like clawing at your chest, and you manage to kind of like get your arms up around its head and snap, and it just crumples to the ground. The front of you is just like
Yeah, like,
in tatters. It's hard to tell the difference between the torn fabric falling away and these strips of flesh that are peeling off of you.
But underneath of it, you start seeing.
Yeah,
like,
you see bits of
the
metal.
truth.
Observation. Gross.
I have a question. Now that we're out of combat,
Well,
For a second.
for the moment, at least I think we are. It's not relevant. Do you have to do the 1 action, 10-minute, 1 hour in that order?
Yeah.
So even though, like, if we had an hour, you couldn't use the 1 hour before you used the 1 action?
Yes.
Well,
Still,
shit.
still creatures.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use an action in 10 minutes and then an hour.
No, what I'm saying is,
You want to use an hour
if we
rest.
have an
I know.
hour now,
Right.
could
Okay,
I
right.
save the 1 action recovery for
Right.
later?
Yeah,
Right.
doesn't look like it.
The idea is that, you know,
It gets harder to
it gets
recover.
harder to recover.
I understand.
It's, yeah.
Well, I'm going to, because they're flying up, but I'm going to observe where they're going in case they come at, so I can have my ability to attack them.
Okay.
I'm ready to attack anything that falls and doesn't die. How's that?
Sure. I'm guessing everybody is kind of. Are you guys waiting for them to come back down, or are you guys just kind of like, oh, well, they're gone?
Well, it depends. Like, if
I mean,
You can
that's,
still see them up
there's
there.
specks in the sky,
No, they're not. Specks.
that effect has to end at some point, right?
28 hours. But the
Oh.
thing is
8
that
hours.
they had forward momentum when they hit it,
They're eventually going to.
So they're falling. But their forward momentum's going to eventually carry them out of the area, and then they'll collapse.
Drop them.
Fall. Yeah, they'll fall.
Maybe gravity will do the rest.
Giant parabolic arcs.
So that even affected the big one.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's still affected by gravity.
No, but I don't know
yeah.
between proximity to their horseshoe-shaped thing. You know.
Oh yeah.
They're
I
all
mean,
coming at the same time, I think.
those four were all kind of clumped in a small little group. So.
Does it look like they'll be coming back down anytime soon? Or?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
It's probably gonna take a few seconds, but they will come down soon.
All right.
Yeah, let's.
I would say walk away and heal somebody, heal him.
I have an idea. Quickly now, follow me. We're gonna. All right. If this is the horseshoe, right? And we were here, and they were running this way, and they fell up, and they're gonna fall back down. While they're in the air.
Draw us in the dirt.
Sure, we can.
And
do
then when
that.
they rush us, they'll fall up again.
Sure.
This is a sound idea.
You said your cipher's a level 3.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good idea. I need to take time to prepare.
Get up. Let's go.
I pick up my crossbow and okay, go on.
So you guys run around the other side.
Sides.
A few seconds later, they manage to sort of begin falling, and they hit the ground. You just hear a lot of crunches and cracks of like body parts and blood splattering a little bit.
Gross.
They start getting up, especially the big one doesn't seem quite as damaged. They start getting up. They're not dead.
See, every time you do that, it reminds me of HK-47.
Yep, that's exactly
Yes,
what I'm
thank you.
thinking
But
Query.
they are getting up, and after they get up, some of them struggle a little bit more than others. Like you see, like bone, like bone sort of broken and protruding out through flesh and stuff like that.
Ew.
Ew. They see you guys and start coming for you again, and then. Whoop. I imagine we repeat this process ad infinitum.
Yes.
Takes.
So, they're stupid. They're zombies. So, I will say this. At one point, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me see a D6.
Somebody fucks up.
No, Kalanthor, one of them, as the other ones rush forward, actually seems to take a moment and sort of it's quite damaged. It looks like it's not alive anyways, but barely even animated at this point. But its jaw sort of falls open and it sprays this disgusting green fluid out of it.
Is the fluid affected by gravity?
Actually,
Yeah.
Okay.
Still make a defense roll. I'm going to give you. It's going to be more difficult, or it's going to be easier for you to dodge as a result of it.
Is it
but-
physical? Because I have physical resistance. Trained in mighty defense, so that reduces it by. It
Wait, what?
says physically resistant. Trained in mighty defense. It's
Trained in might defense. So this is.
mighty defense. That's what it said, which is weird. But
That only helps if they attack you with mighty joint.
okay.
No,
It
this
must be might defense. It was probably a typo.
Yeah. No, that's not going to apply.
Ooh.
Did you roll a
I
1?
rolled a 1.
All right. So you sort of stood there expecting that the gravity was going to take all of it with it, but the speed of it, enough of it kind of gets through, or even though it's affected by the gravity,
Splash damage.
its velocity still manages to get through and not go high enough to miss you, and you take some amount of damage. So you still take 3 points of might damage. And then it then kind of goes into the thing and falls up as well. And this process repeats itself. It actually takes longer than you guys think it should for this to end. They keep collapsing, and at some point, they're barely even they can't even stand. Some of them can't even stand. Their legs are all, like one leg is gone. Like it's just like broken off, but they're still sort of like hobbling and crawling towards you guys, following the thing, and eventually they stop moving. The one that spit the fluid at you actually, when it hits one time, it hits the ground and explodes in this green gas that sort of expands over the area, and you see the grass and stuff sort of corrode away and blacken.
Good thing we weren't next to that.
Yeah. So eventually they all stop getting up, including the big one, which is the last one to finally. It keeps just charging at you guys like a big dumb bull. It's this big. It looks like just mutated muscle within a sack of loose skin.
Gross.
Gross.
But eventually they all die.
Again.
Again. I will give Nate, I'm going to give you an experience point for the clever use of getting out of that encounter. And also I will say this asset to use at a future time.
Awesome.
So eventually they stop. Like I said, you guys can do whatever you would like, but the only people who were injured were
Me.
you and Foggy, right? Just the two of you.
Well, me.
Callum, you were hit as well.
He got spit on.
I take
Oh, that's
Hold
right.
on.
So the three of you, well, everybody notices. It's especially prevalent on Dyson, consider how much damage he took. The wounds look to start to blacken and pus up, and look to be potentially infected. The three of you who are hurt, make might rolls.
Nat 20.
Nat 12.
10.
If I were to use that, would it help everyone or just one person?
Just one person. Okay. Well,
Because everybody could hear me.
right. Yeah, I'd say everybody that can hear you.
All right, I'll go ahead and use it.
All right. So
Never have so few done so much for so many.
Churchill speech go.
So you guys, let's see. You got a nat 20. You said
Yeah.
you had a what?
12.
12.
10.
A 10. Well, with this, that will actually pass. Without this, that would not have passed. It looks like it'll probably heal, but you're worried for a bit. It looks like the sort of the blackened, damaged tissue is starting to spread. You see sort of like these black veins sort of starting to creep away from the wounds. Then, sort of after a few minutes, you're sort of looking at it. Kind of stops the progression, and it looks like maybe it'll end up healing.
Now with the more mechanical parts, I have a small I have a bag of light tools and a variety of parts to repair myself. So any mechanical parts with damage on me,
Sure.
because I have to. Because each time I start at full health, the first 5 points of damage I take can never be healed in normal ways.
Okay.
So I have to actually sit time and start using these tools to tinker with myself,
Right.
or ask somebody to help me.
Okay. Well, if those of you are hurt, if you want to take your first recovery roll,
I do.
you can do that. You have a special. Obviously, you can't heal 5 points of that without taking some additional time to tinker.
Right, but I took more than 5, so I want to try to heal naturally. The others.
Right. Yeah.
But how's that work?
So roll 1d6
1d6
plus 1, and then that's how many points you can add back in whatever manner you would like to your pools.
2.
So 3 total.
3 total.
3. You rolled a 1, so 2.
Yep.
So I guess I
You
can
got
try to repair my might. I guess.
Either one, you can divvy it up between your two that you're missing points from, or you can put it all into one, or however you want to do it.
My might was the only thing that got damaged.
Well, no, because you spent effort. You spent speed effort.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I spent
So you-
effort and speed.
You can recover that as well.
Okay.
That's
I'll
the
do
one
mine.
action one, right?
Huh?
That's the one action recovery.
Yes, that's your one action recovery.
Well, I'll do might to bring it back to -5.
If you want to take additional time,
Mhm.
you guys
Yeah.
can sit for 10 minutes and make another recovery.
So what was the roll for again? To look at our wounds?
The roll was to see whether or not you shrugged off a zombie infection and didn't potentially start dying to a zombie
okay.
plague.
Okay, so I can't use that roll for anything. The 20, I can't use that for my.
I'll take it.
I
No.
couldn't.
I use.
Okay, like observe the fact that we had that. Okay.
No.
Okay.
So I'll use the 3 to reduce it down to -5 on my might, and then the rest of it I gotta do myself.
Okay. So if you guys wanted to take additional time to do a 10-minute recovery roll as well, I would say that would be enough time for you to tinker with yourself, and that recovery roll could be used to repair that last 5.
Can we do that?
If people want to do it.
I got no problem with that, I guess.
Yeah.
I know he still has some points you got to heal up as well, so it's up to.
All right, I'm doing that.
We can spare 10 minutes.
I think we can. Provided no more zombies come wandering out of the woods.
I don't know if 3 points is worth it.
Then I'm good on might.
I don't know if
We
it is
should
or not. That's
investigate and
fine.
see what had their attention.
We should do that next then.
Since something had their attention.
Something did.
Alright, well, instead of doing that, can I wander over to where they were at before and see what their attention was?
I think we should do that all together. Let's then sit for a minute.
Hold on,
Well,
I'm
he
writing
said.
down.
I mean,
I'm
you start walking off, and she says maybe we should wait for everybody else. Do you continue on?
yes, because it's part of mapping, and I'm obsessed with my task of mapping.
Okay.
So I can't.
So you head over there.
feel like
And you find a zombie. Good luck.
So you're like, maybe we should wait for everybody else. And Kalanthor is just sort of like, and just keeps walking off.
eh,
You're like, I got this. I'm gonna go map out this area so that we can move on.
I'll
Have
sign
fun
our out.
storming the forest.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's an obsession, so
Yep.
I'm just playing. the
So
way it plays.
where's the?
Oh my
So
god.
make-
there's
make
so many
a,
things.
Essentially this would be a perception check if you have any sort of training in perception or searching or anything like that. Then you can apply that to this roll. But
12.
okay.
And unless I actually stare at something, I'm not really going to be
Yeah,
able to use it.
there's nothing for you. You're searching. There's nothing for you to stare at and observe here.
I'm learning
So-
my chicken skill.
I need to borrow some dice over here. You see something shining in sort of like the branches of one of the trees nearby where they were at.
Okay.
You eventually sort of climb up into the tree, looking at what it is is glinting off some of the light that's coming through the boughs of the trees. And you find this kind of small metal device, sort of like maybe something. It's in sort of like a hollowed out hole.
in the tree?
Huh?
In the tree.
Yeah. Like it's not something that was carved there. It's like naturally like a knot that got
Okay.
type thing. And actually, you notice there's other things. It looks like it might be a squirrel nest or something like that. And this thing might have gotten picked up by a creature, an animal, a squirrel, or some other odd
Okay.
creature that lives in
Sure.
this hole,
Shiny thing.
and it picked it up and brought it to its home. The item is. Gosh dang it. Let's see if I can find the thing so I can describe it to you. It looks to be a kind of like a vial of some weird viscous fluid that is inside a like an injector gun.
Stem pack.
It's viscous mockery.
Okay.
Really else.
So the essentially what it is a cipher. It's a visage changer. You inject this into an area that produces temporary subdermal malleable implants, which allow you to change the appearance of one human-sized creature, providing an asset to disguise tasks, easing them by 2 steps if the cipher is level 5 or higher, which this is the wrong die. Which it is not. It's only level 2. The change takes 10 minutes to apply and lasts 28 hours. So basically, it'll reduce a disguise check by 1 step when used,
Okay.
and allow you to look like somebody else for 28 hours.
It's polyjuice.
Yeah, it is actually.
It's what?
It's polyjuice.
Polyjuice without,
Brewing
Todd
it
doesn't
for 3
do
months.
Oh, he doesn't do the
You don't
things.
need. You don't need to get the guy's DNA. Okay.
He doesn't do the Harry Potter thing.
Yeah, I don't do the Harry Potter.
Polymorph
Harry
juice.
Potter references don't.
Polymorph potion. Go.
So yeah, that's what it is. You found a cipher. Now keep in mind, you cannot keep this on your person because you already have your maximum. You didn't use a
right.
cipher. You have your maximum number on you. So
Can
you
I-
find this, but when you go to pick it up, it starts to sort of like crackle and fizz with energy, and you notice sort of your other ciphers that you have on you start kind of interacting in weird ways, and you're afraid that if you pick this up, something's going to get destroyed.
Right. I think Enoch. I'm going to inform Enoch about it, so maybe he can use it. It's easier to use the cipher.
Okay.
So you have a disguise kit, injector.
I'll go over.
You have to
and-
go over and
yeah,
retrieve it.
Well, I
but yeah.
mean, yeah. I go back and say, oh, well, that's what they're looking at. They're looking at some shiny thing in the tree. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you're not sure if it was that, or maybe whatever creature made its home
Oh,
there.
okay.
It was they were trying to get.
There wasn't anything else on the ground, or anything else, and no dead bodies or
I mean, you see some.
bones. or
You see
something?
some fur and bone sort of around the
Fur?
area.
Where,
Like maybe they were killing animals or
Very
eating
well.
animals.
Where
things
can I
like
look up my esoteries?
that. They should be under your nano bit. So the player's guide should have it under your nano.
Would they be in the?
Or so nano. Which one do you have? You have Destiny. They should be in Discovery, which is right here.
One or the other.
And yeah.
Alrighty then.
Okay. Well, let's get back to mapping.
So you guys go for.
Okay.
Were you able to heal up all your stuff as
Yeah.
much as you
The might.
wanted
at least.
to?
The
Okay.
might at least.
And you said you weren't going to bother with using it over
3
recovery right
points,
now?
not really. Unless it's gonna like affect again or something.
No, it seems like it's not a big deal. You guys all passed the might test, so the infection doesn't stay. You guys continue on for a number of hours with no real hiccups or anything like that. Mapping out the area pretty easily. I mean, you come across some wildlife, but most of it's kind of scurries off or runs off the side of you. Nothing that's aggressive or anything like that. And I'd say you guys spend a good 4 to 5 hours doing this. Is there any kind of actions, just things that any of you guys want to do while you're sort of in the woods? It's, does Mystery want to try to capture an animal to gather genetic material, or like
I was thinking about it.
does
It's about.
Yeah, I want to look around and see. I don't know what we would have nearby, but anything that is flying
I'm sure you could find
squirrels, anything like that. Something not necessarily mammalian. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
something avian
Not or lizard.
or reptilian. Okay. Yeah, there is a giant chicken with you, but so
Where are
these feathers coming from?
that's true.
Pardon me, I had a large lunch.
You are a
You
large
are
one.
right.
You are a walking
All right,
trailing
make
wheel for
make
12.
a.
Would it be an intelligence something?
So it would be an intelligence check. If you want to spend effort, you can spend effort out of your intelligence pool to increase the likelihood that you might spot something.
How there's something. If I
So
wanted to spend effort and I have an edge of 1, it would cost me 2 points.
2 points. Yeah.
We're not going
We'll do
near the
that.
hole, are we?
No, that's the other direction.
What is a 6 on the die?
6 on the die. All right. So this is what I'm going to do to sort of introduce this concept. I'm going to do a DM intrusion. So you did not technically roll well enough to spot anything of real interest. But what I'm going to say is, you spot a small sort of, I say small, it's not, it's probably about this big, this long, lizard sort of crawling across a tree branch some ways ahead of you. It is currently too far away and probably too fast for you to catch. You spot it, but you don't think you're going to be able to get it. So essentially with this DM intrusion, you can be like, okay, I'm just going to have to let it go. At which point you're going to get 2 experience. You get 1 that you keep yourself, and 1 you can give to anybody else. Or you can say, no, no, no. I'm going after that thing. And, well, normally you would have to give me an experience to deny a DM intrusion, but because I'm kind of doing this as like an example, I'll allow you to basically just say, no, 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 I'm not taking the experience. And we'll essentially have you make another set of rolls to see whether or not you catch it, but any failures could end up in a dangerous or detrimental situation.
I'm going to... My character, knowing the area, knowing what we're doing this mapping job.
Well, yeah, the problem is you don't know the area very well.
Well, but I know that
Because
we're mapping the area. We're
right.
going to be coming back through other areas.
True,
So,
right.
I know with this job every day, there's a chance that I may find something else.
Yes.
So,
And
I am not going to try to trip over my knees just to get to a lizard right this second. That may be different tomorrow if I don't find anything later.
so you see something that sort of interests you and catches your eye, but you're like, and you sort of have this impulse to be like, go
I'm
get
like,
it.
Ah.
But yeah, you as it sort of scurries off, you have this impulse to be like, go after, go get it. But you're sort of like, you know what? There will be other opportunities.
What was that?
And so you get 1 experience to keep for yourself, and you can give anybody else here another experience.
Well, since I grabbed his shoulder to point at it, we'll give it to him because he was involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Yeah,
some
we know how that works.
cookies.
You know
Well, I
what?
thought about giving it to Robo Chicken because he kind of.
Well, now she's thinking about giving it to Kalanthor because he's holding cookies.
There's that.
No,
There is that too.
No, they're my cookies. I don't have to share them.
I shared mine.
I share my XP, not with you, but so is always.
So yeah, normally a DM intrusion is whenever I want something. If I don't like a dice roll, whether it be because you succeeded at something I wanted to be more difficult,
Just 1.
or you failed at something I wanted to be easier, I can sort of set up an example, be like, you know what, screw your dice roll. This is what really happens.
You're gonna fudge dice, basically.
Right. But instead of me just fudging dice and saying, fuck you guys, it means you get experience. Or you can say, no, screw your fudging of the dice roll. And normally you would have to spend experience to get rid of my DM intrusion. Now, the other way you can do things, you can spend experience. You can also spend experience to do player intrusions. Where when I describe, it's not something that's a result of a dice roll. If I'm just describing something or whatever else, you can be like, yo, here's an experience point. This thing just went down with my character. I'm doing this. Or I'm explaining that, based on what you just said, I think it's logical that this event would occur that would be beneficial to me. And I either have to be like, I'll allow it. Or I have to say, to deny it, I would have to essentially give you an asset on whatever is about to happen. Whatever I had planned, you have some sort of advantage on. Now, that's not something that's to be abused, where you just start throwing experience. I mean, it is potentially... I could just eat up all your experience and you guys will never level up if you wanted to try to use it. But if I see somebody who's constantly just trying to do that, the idea that you think I'm going to always turn it down and you're going to get assets on shit, I'll just start not allowing player intrusions. So it's an optional rule. I think it's a fun rule because it gives you guys narrative control over situations. But don't abuse it essentially. The rest of your mapping day kind of goes without too much trouble until you start heading home. As you start getting closer back to Elomir, you see another shambling humanoid figure, just by itself, kind of making its way in a general direction towards Elomir. You guys can see the sort of outskirts of Elomir off ahead of you. It's maybe 70 or 80 feet in front of you. And off to your side, you see, again, it's kind of shambling around, not taking a straight path, kind of slowly making its way towards Elomir, but not in a direct manner of speaking. It's probably a little further than the distance to the town. It's probably a good 120, 130 feet off to your left. But you see it over there. Just you guys catch it out of the corner of your eye. You're like, what is that? And you're kind of... The silhouette catches you off guard, especially what kind of catches your eye because of your encounter earlier with the undead. So you're all sort of like, is there more? What is that?
Does Elmer have its own guards?
So they do kind of, but it's kind of a backwoods sort of,
I just want to know how. Say if we don't do anything about it, and they went to town, would someone else be able to do something about it? That's my only concern. Is if it's here, we can take care of it. Sure. If not,
so they have guards, but they're not they don't have people that just sort of wander around and patrol in guard uniforms. They have sort of a militia that when some shit
militia.
That when something needs to get done, they have people that are like, hey, go get your shit. Let's go stop this thing.
Round up a boss.
Go
Right.
storm the castle.
Right.
Yeah.
So if
Are they
it's
Canadian?
if it's a zombie or some sort of other creature, it would probably get into town and potentially cause problems before actions could be
Anybody-
taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say. That's what I think it is. We may have a bigger problem.
This forest generates zombies.
Burn it down.
is it coming from the same area that the other ones came from?
It's coming from the direction you guys are returning in, though off a ways, kind of maybe, not the same path you're taking.
Maybe there's a
but
factory.
general.
I'm just
You
trying to
guys-
see if it's
I mean, I don't know.
if it's something like you said, something's generating it, or someplace specifically
So
that they're the center
you kind
activity.
of went off to the southwest
Right.
towards this forest. This is kind of coming from closer to due west,
Okay.
right? So not exactly the same area you guys came from, but not far off. And you're not sure, whatever.
No, I mean we've mapped out the area and we've
We
kind of
can't let it get into town. We already know that it's infectious.
It's true.
You do know that the bites are infectious.
This is true. We're gonna need to stop that one.
Well,
Let's move.
maybe we can get surprised.
Are we done mapping?
Yeah, you guys have mapped, enough of the area. Like I said, you're back almost to town, which at this point you're in an area you've already, doesn't need mapping. You're close to town at this point.
We fought zombies here.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you approach this sort of shambling figure, it doesn't look the same. It's clothed. It's a female, which you couldn't really make out a gender of the other ones. They were so kind of like decayed and decrepit and stuff like that. There wasn't any sexual markers, of such anymore. This one is clearly no rotting skin, nothing like that. Possibly they might be injured somewhere that you can't see, and they might have an infection. You don't know, but right now they don't seem to be undead. They're just somebody that's sort of like walking around, like periodically kind of putting their hand on their head like this. And just kind of, a female figure.
Which one of us is the charismatic speaker?
Not I.
Oh, the chicken.
The chicken is the face of the party.
Actually, this is true.
I think you should
my God.
ask it a question. See how it's doing. What is it? You have power armor on, so you know.
Yeah, well, I don't have power armor on at the moment.
Well, maybe put it on.
I can do a demeanor of command, which means I would exude confidence and charisma of authority and importance, and give me free effort on persuasion chest.
So you have to spend 2 intellect.
2 intellect.
You have an edge of 1 in your intellect.
So, that means
So
I
you only have to spend 1
one
point.
intellect. Okay. So then I will say I'll do that,
All right.
and then I will.
I assume you don't have your armor on it.
I do not. The armor only comes on when there's action.
Gotcha.
So I will attempt to say hello. Are you feeling fine?
Okay, so as you start approaching and she hears your voice, she looks up and sort of looks shocked or surprised, but not in a way of like, oh my god, big giant chicken.
Right.
Just like in a general not sure who you are or what you're doing. Kind of puts her hands up as if in a defensive manner, like she expects you to attack her or something, and sort of quickly looking about in a kind of confused manner, and just where am I? What's my name? Who are you? Please get away from me.
We do not wish to harm. We are mapping this forest, and you are in the vicinity of, I forgot the name.
Elomir.
Elomir. Are you injured?
Look, she sort of looks herself over, looks at you, confused, kind of scratches her hair a little bit, looks over at the town. Just, I don't no. And you don't see any signs, any tears of clothing.
Nothing like a bite mark or nothing like that.
Yeah, nothing like that.
No rotting flesh.
How's her complexion?
Totally normal.
Just shambling then.
She seems just very not sure what's going on. She has this general sort of demeanor of confusion. Again, she just sort of asks you. She's like, "Do you know who I am? Where is this?"
Under my breath, I lean toward you, thinking, I'm like, ask her what's the last thing she remembers.
What is the last thing you remember?
I don't even know that. I don't. But this time, you kind of hear a chunk, 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 chunk coming up from. Actually, you guys are kind of facing the general direction. You see kind of coming around a corner from behind some bushes and trees. It's kind of like a path. You notice that she's kind of walking along a very faint road. It's not a well-traveled one. And kind of around the corner of this path, you see looks to be someone in like very heavy kind of like plate armor, sort of. I say head to toe, but you can't really see much of head. Has a big red sort of scarf type thing. Well, it's a long red cape, but the cape seems to come up and also sort of wrap around the lower portion of face and neck and stuff like that, so it obscures the face. A large cowboy style like hat as well. So
Pockets.
otherwise, it's just kind of like this big, like heavily armored individual with an obscured face, long red cape wraps around the face, and a big sort of 10-gallon accentuated cowboy hat type thing.
Is he walking?
He's kind of running around and yelling, Zoyan! Zoyan, where are you?
Zoyan?
Zoyan.
Zoyan.
He also, you see, he has strapped to his back as he comes around and gets closer. You see, large axe strapped to his back.
All right.
I want to use scan.
Okay.
I can scan
On
area.
her, him?
Well, it's
Both?
it's an area.
Okay.
It's a 10-foot cube. It includes all objects and creatures within that area
Okay, well, they're a little bit further than 10 feet apart. But
within short range. So
Metroid Prime.
I assume he's going to close the distance with her. Well, I'm guessing he's going to close the distance to her, so I'm going to like center it around her.
Okay.
And then when he enters the area,
Okay.
you know. So that's what I'm going to do. It's 2 intellect points. I've got the edge of 1,
So it costs you
so
1.
it'll cost me 1.
What does it tell you about them?
It tells me scanning a creature or object always reveals its level, a measure of how powerful, dangerous, or difficult it is. You also learn whatever facts the GM feels are pertinent about the matter and energy in that area. For example, you might learn that a wooden box contains a device of metal and synth, or etc., etc. You might learn that a creature standing before you is a mammal with a small brain. However, the esoteric doesn't tell you what the information means. I mean, it's kind of like up to you.
Learn today's power bottle.
So you target on her, and he's still sort of moving as you start your scan. You get the idea she's like level 2. All sort of living matter, nothing synthetic or anything like that about her, other than like clothing you get being synthetic.
She is not a zombie.
Not that you can gather. There's no magic, no anything like that. Like, everything registers as a normal human being.
Mundane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cybernetic implants?
Nope. As the other individual approaches, you read all synthetic. There you find you don't scan any sort of living matter within at all. And level 4, much stronger. And no injuries, no anything like that. There's no magical auras about him either. Really, just like I said, you don't get any living tissue scanned out of him.
She's a normal human. He's a robot.
So, he approaches the woman. Zoyan, where'd you go? What are you doing? She sort of like backs away from him. As well. It's like, who are you? Who's Zoyan? What? I don't understand. And the person in the armor and the hat and long red cape is like, they get you too? Damn it, Zoyan! He goes, and he sort of like looks over at you guys and is like,
You know this woman?
yes, a friend of mine. She lives here. She's a local surgeon, doctor. Helps out. But we, I don't know how long you guys have been here. It's a possibility she's maybe helped patch you up if you've been in any scuffles, but which you guys haven't been here. This zombie sort of first scuffle you guys have had here, so no. And he just is like, she sometimes, she's an adventurous type. She wants to look out for me. I patrol the area sometimes, making sure that there's no nasty creatures about, things like that. And
You're missing zombies.
she likes to accompany me sometimes. Zoya and I were out patrolling beyond Iron's Wall, which I don't know. Sometimes I do for the merchants and others. around here, keep an eye out looking for bandits or whatnot. I don't know. I saw her. She didn't come with me, but I saw her out in the fields picking flowers. Said hi to her. Waved at each other, and I just kind of went about my business, not expecting anything was going on. I hadn't seen anything. Later on, I heard a cry from that general direction, and when I returned to where I saw her picking flowers, I didn't see her anymore. I was afraid she'd been abducted by bandits or worse. I followed some footsteps, some footprints. I hoped to be hers, and arrived here. I did see something though. Saw some cloaked figures running off at one point. And I was. He says, northwest, maybe west, northwest.
That's where we came from, wasn't it?
Southwest.
Oh, just kidding.
They kind of looked like kind of hunchbacked. Maybe had long, from what I could see from their profile, long faces, long snouts or noses, or maybe beaks, bird-like almost. They even had sort of carrying on one of their back a large metal device. They were going in a different way than the footsteps I was following, so I didn't see Zoyan with them. I didn't want to take off after them and risk, not catching up to her. So
I want to use premonition.
okay, what does that do?
I learn one fact about a topic or level. I think that tells me the level of something, or I learn one fact about a topic. So the topic of the bird people.
Birdmen.
Birdmen. Do I know what they is?
So, you know from your premonition that you get this vision of these kind of fat, hunchbacked, crow-like, bird-faced humanoids, wearing dark cloaks. Some of them carrying weapons, others another with this mechanical device, and you actually see. First, you see them huddled over Zoyan with this device attached to her head. And then you actually see them huddled over this other figure, also device attached to his head.
I don't recognize the figure, do I?
With the cape?
Oh, it's that guy?
Yeah.
So they had the device attached to both of their heads.
Right. He has not said anything about that.
Other than they got you too.
Well, we'll get to that. But
That's what I'm picturing.
you get
Sketches.
the name. They're kind of similar, kind of the Skeksis, but they're called the Murden.
Murden.
It's a murder of Murden.
But the armored figure with the cape says, where there've been incidents around town that other people that have said that they don't remember loved ones or what their jobs were, or their wife comes in to the house and they yell and scream and kick them out, saying they didn't know who they were and things like that. It's been this rash that started just a handful of nights ago, and it's one of the reasons why I've been patrolling around trying to see if I can find anything. And even though I think those things might have been it, I had to make sure Zoyan was okay. And had to follow these footprints back. So,
What did they do when they put it on your head?
on my head, he kind of looks at you confused, like they didn't put it on my head.
They put it on her head?
I don't know. I guess. I mean, the way she's acting, the only way I must have assumed that
They got you both.
He's like, they did.
What don't you remember?
Remember what you have forgotten.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Remember,
Yeah.
memory block.
You get the impression that he doesn't remember that he was gone.
Sure, yeah.
Because
Right. Yeah, take his memory.
it kind of fills in some of the holes. The idea that he saw them running off, even though he said he approached an area where he saw nothing.
There,
But
right.
then when he was looking for her after she screamed, then he was like, oh, well, but then later I saw them running off.
Right.
So it's like, oh, that might be why there's holes in the story.
He got by the Murden.
So, I mean, you guys don't
Yeah.
necessarily get all this because this is all kind of premonitions
Premonitions,
and
yeah.
stuff that Enoch has gotten. But he's sort of like, I don't remember being. I guess.
They seem to have taken more from her than they did from him.
I would think these need to get under shelter of some sort, unless they come back again.
So looking at them with sense magic, I don't sense any magic off of him, or
Well,
are the Numenera like extra collected in him or anything like that?
What time of day is it right now?
Huh?
What time of day is it right now?
At this point, it's probably early evening because you guys spent most of the day kind of mapping.
So duskish.
Yeah. It's just kind of getting dark.
Can I?
Come on, let's get off the road.
Yeah.
Get in the town now.
Can I roll my understanding Numenera to try to understand what the device was that I saw in my premonition, or have some idea of what it do? Maybe.
Sure.
Or describe it to me.
Yeah, I'll describe my vision to her as well. I rolled a 10.
And I'm specialized in understanding Numenera. Would I know more about whatever this contraption is?
Make a roll.
20.
That's why.
Okay. You're lucky you rolled that. Because your the difficulty was 21, but because you were specialized, it brought it down. So you.
I literally got it.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
So you get the idea from the description and sort of the effects that this seems to be some sort of large artifact of the Numenera that is designed to literally like suck the memories of anybody it's attached to drain them away, and probably once they're absorbed, they can be rewatched.
Pensive.
You know, they can be
He does do-
investigated, stuff like that, to learn anything that person had once known. Anything that was absorbed can sort of then be learned by somebody else.
We are transferring information without learning it firsthand.
No, yeah,
Okay, somebody else can look at it.
right, yeah.
So this
Memory jack.
contraption
You
sounds...
also know that because you rolled a natural 20, you know that the memories aren't just sort of stored in like the ether, right?
Uh-huh.
That every kind of person whose memories are absorbed, all their memories are placed into a small glass and metal pellet, like orb, that contains all of the information that was absorbed.
Okay.
So maybe we can restore the information.
We don't... I mean, it's worth an investigation, so to speak, but those orbs may be...
I'm very interested in this device.
I'm sure you are.
I think we should go.
The gentleman, the guy in the suit, sort of introduces himself. He's like, listen, I really appreciate you guys checking on Zoyan. making sure she was okay. My name's Radius, by the way. Just kind of
Hello, Radius.
a local mercenary. I imagine kind of like you folk. I
Wonder what's pie.
I don't really know what else to say. You say that they that they've stole memories from you. How do you know this?
I know things.
You just
He
can't
drinks
see
and he
him
knows
squint,
things.
but he just sort of his head sort of shifts.
He also
Cowboy
drinks.
hat kind of.
He also drinks. And knows
Sometimes.
things.
He drinks and he knows things.
I see you know things as well.
Indeed. Indeed. Wah!
Why don't we take these things to a local watering hole?
He's just like,
Radius sort of nods. Is like,
let's get
might
off
be a
the
good
road.
idea. Maybe getting sitting down and.
Do you
I
have a
didn't ask for
place,
this conversation. Let's go.
do you have a place in town?
Yeah, I mean, I got a place to stay.
Do we have a place to stay?
Yeah, you guys can stay in a local inn.
I look at the lady and I'm like, do we know where he...
Zolian still seems very frazzled, very sort of. She's kind of reluctantly. You can see sort of being like,
How old does she appear to be?
not terribly old.
Like live with her parents?
Knock her
still?
out. Let's go.
No.
Okay.
No, she's an adult.
I'm like,
She's on her own.
She does what she wants.
She's probably in her late 20s.
I look at her and I ask her, would you like to go to town with us to see if anyone else remembers you?
Yeah, I guess that would be a smart idea.
I agree, since we took care of some undead creatures earlier, you probably
You
shouldn't
don't wanna be
wander
out
out
at
at
night.
night.
That's not a cell phone.
Yeah. Well, then I guess she seems again sort of just doesn't know what the fuck is going
Yeah.
on,
Mhm.
and at this point, because nobody sort of
Overwhelmed.
made any overt, aggression towards her, she's starting to calm down and trust that she doesn't have a lot of options other than just follow y'all's lead,
Mhm.
and then, like you said, maybe somebody in town will
Yeah.
know her, so she's willing to just kind of follow along.
Yeah. Yeah. If she's
And
willing to follow along, then I'm not
I
gonna
have
have
a,
any conversation. So.
I'm rather unnerving to most people for reasons I don't know. So the fact that she's frazzled enough to be like, sure.
Well, she says kind of short of you, but you can tell that as you guys move, she kind of stays on the other side of the walking group from you. She doesn't walk next to you.
She trusts the chicken.
Yeah, she probably does trust the chicken, because right now, for at least the first hour, he gives off an air of authority and importance. So,
You're the cock of the walk.
I
You
What
all
the
am.
Want to take a break?
Wow.
yeah, let's
let's
take
do
a
a
bathroom break, beverage,
please.
food refill break, whatever else.
I like this flavor.
BRB.
BRB.
Walk on. Die Hard. The
Oh
original
guys,
Die
welcome
Hard
back.
on
Well,
IMAX.
I'm eating rice right now.
It was good.
Are we back?
We're back.
I mean, you can be back.
I can be front.
I'm eating Doritos mixed with fried rice, and it's awesome. I'm a fat kid. I'm so good. So, you guys make your way to town,
Hooray, townies.
and
Said nobody.
it's tavern time. You know, most people are kind of getting off work, heading over to the tavern for a few drinks, meal, whatever else. So by the time you guys get in, sit down, it's busy. The place isn't. It's packed, but only because it's a small.
Good thing you did.
It's, you know, it's not a giant tavern. Again, this is kind of a
Get them all out now.
country little town. So the place isn't huge. A lot of people, most of the town kind of eats at home, families or whatever else, stuff like that. So like, and there's not enough passersby or things like that warrant people tons and tons of people and needing a giant tavern. Most of the people in the tavern are either like some of the older single individual, people who don't have families that just kind of come to the tavern for a chance to kind of be around people and not be a total hermit, or some of the other kind of like merchants and mercenary groups traveling with merchants are just kind of like passing through after they're sort of selling off goods and then moving on, or the Elamir's just a stop on their route or whatever else. So there's maybe 15 people, including you guys, in here. That's pretty busy for this place. But you guys are able to get a table, sit down. If you guys want to order some drinks, some food, or whatever else.
Do they have free Wi-Fi?
No, that's not a thing.
Or is it?
Or could be. It's technology, right? Science. Science.
Very old technology at this point.
Yeah, it's very ancient technology.
Well, I mean, this ninth world version of Wi-Fi.
That's called sci-fi.
It's called Ni-Fi.
So, I'll say it costs everybody, a shin for a drink and a small plate of food.
That's kind of a wheel.
Yeah.
Alright, we have 3.
I now only have 2.
I got 4.
Maybe I won't eat.
Well, we did our mapping. Maybe we'll get paid.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a contract. But
Yeah, I mean, you guys usually are kind of given a sort of
expense budget.
per diem, as it were, And so if you want, you can actually have this kind of sort of added to the Amber Gleams tab as part of your per diem if you don't want to spend personal shin. We'll say you get about 3 shin a day of sort of per diem.
So essentially like 3 meals.
Yeah,
Give or take.
3 meals and a cot.
yeah, it's pretty much just enough to cover your food and lodging. Each day. But that usually doesn't include. If you don't get alcohol with your meals, it stretches that a bit further. If you guys are choosing to have alcohol, then it kind of ups the cost of your meal a pretty good amount. So not beyond the 1 shin. It's just normally like a plate of food and maybe like some water or whatever else would be like half a shin.
Yeah, water's fine.
But choosing to have ale is going to probably bump it up to a shin.
I'm a monk.
So you guys sit down with Radius and
Xiang or
Zoya,
Zoya.
right? Zoyan.
Zoink.
Zoinks.
I prefer jinkies.
Jinkies.
That's my fetish.
I think it's most nerds fetish. And basically, Radius is just kind of like, explains to you that he's heard about, some of the things he's heard about people forgetting who they are, or who other people are, or how to find their way home, or forgetting that they have families, or other just odds and ends and weird things.
And it's only happened to people here. It's not been.
That he's aware of.
I mean, yeah. Okay.
Their memories are being stolen.
For what? For what end?
I get up and I go ask the bartender or the tavern person or whatever if they remember the lady we found outside.
Yeah, I was Zion. She doesn't come in here that often, but, that's just town doctor.
Yeah, probably felt good your town doctor doesn't remember who she is. And I walk back to the seat.
He's like, this is your way, sort of like,
What does Radius look like again?
that's not really good.
What does Radius look like again?
He's a big man.
Cowboy hat. Of course, he took it off while he's inside.
Not what he's wearing,
You're
but
not
like
taking it off.
Yeah, that's
That's why cowgirls are bow-legged.
He's large. Looks like he's wearing like full plate, head to toe.
is he pure human? Like this?
he's
He
sympathetic.
appears to be a human in full plate armor.
Okay.
Rather ornate full plate armor, but full plate armor nonetheless. His face is obscured both by his large sort of cowboy style hat,
Right.
as well as the long red cape he has on, but also sort of the red cloth wrapped around his face, so that you kind of just get a glimpse of his eyes just in the shadows of the brim of his hat.
But we can hear him fine.
Yeah, for the most part. It's a little muffled from the cloth, but the cloth's not super thick.
Gotcha.
At least not the portion that's around his mouth.
Do we have any idea where to start looking for people's memories?
To the northwest, I imagine.
Is that the direction of the other forest? The Amaranth forest?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Radius also says that because this has happened in for a few days, I at least remember that much, that it might be worth asking around town, see if you can talk to any of the people that have been affected, or the people who have been affected by those affected, if you get what I mean. Maybe they have stories, maybe that some people have seen something. I don't know.
What was her name? Zoyan?
Zoyan, yeah.
Hey, Zoyan.
Yeah?
My friends were injured while we were out. Could you take a look at their wounds?
Sort of just looks at them, looks kind of, especially at you. A lot of your stuff is patched up for the most part, but you can still see some rips and tears on you. And Kalanthar, some bite wounds and stuff. And looks like she looks kind of like grossed out by them, like maybe she's never seen blood or these kind of wounds before. It's just like, I could try. And she kind of, just for like a moment, sort of like pokes at you and see a little bit of metal beneath the skin, and she sort of pokes at it. And she comments on, even though she seems kind of turned off by the wound, the bit of metal beneath your skin kind of seems to fascinate her just a bit. And she, because I personally, Todd, don't know it, but she comments on like what muscle that is. It's sort of like replaced there under the skin. So it seems like there's some bits of her memory or related to her profession, some of that long-term ingrained information that's hidden in there somewhere, but it's not at the forefront of her memory.
Pectoral muscle.
I kind of glance over at the fellow with the hat.
It's like she doesn't remember she's a doctor or any of the stuff she's done as a doctor, but maybe
She seems
some,
to have some
maybe
of
some
that
of the
information.
biological information that she knows about the
I was
human
like-
body is still.
I kind of. Where would her shop be?
Radius is like, oh, that's head. And the waitress walks up and is like, bringing refills or whatnot, pouring some more water for you. Say, oh, Zoyan's home and where she does her business is right down the street towards the center of town. You can't miss it. Head towards the large obelisk in the center of town. Make a left on, like, names of street and sort of gives you directions on how to get there.
It's like, I kind of glance at the group.
Zoyan just kind of like looks at the lady like.
I'm like, if you're having trouble remembering things having to do with her, perhaps those are the things that are missing.
He's like, maybe, but I also don't remember getting attacked at all.
But you also couldn't just a moment ago remember where she lived, and didn't you say that this was your good friend and she patches everyone up?
Yeah.
You know what her profession was, but you couldn't remember where it was.
Right.
Does that not seem odd?
I mean, everything's just kind of Swiss cheese.
Like,
I don't know if there's
you're
rhyme
missing
or reason
pieces
to
of
it.
memory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there's no, it doesn't. He's like, there doesn't seem to be rhyme or reason to it, but
That's because
that
you
doesn't mean maybe just because I can't remember what the rhyme or reason is. I don't.
Time travel, I'm sure.
I said, well, let's finish your meal and then, I mean, we can walk that way. At least to get her home to her own bed.
Radius nods at that. He's like, yeah, I'll stay guard outside of her place tonight. Make sure.
Is there anyone else that would be looking for you?
I don't think so. Kind of do my own thing.
Ask the waitress.
I get up and I go find the waitress.
Waitress is like, I've seen Radius in here a few times. Nice fella. Kind of just seems to take it about himself to kind of just, I guess, protect the town.
Who else would know the good doctor, as it were?
I would say most of us have, one time or another, had to see the good doctor for.
Anyone that would have been more than just one time or other, or only in a scrape? Anyone that would have
You mean
missed her on a daily basis,
a
perhaps?
husband or a boyfriend or something?
Or family?
Oh, she doesn't have family here in Elevere, no. Zoyan came here from far away. Her family's elsewhere.
The warm sands of elsewhere. Thank you.
He says, she says, maybe, I don't know. There's nobody in particular. Everyone kind of knows Zoe. I honestly can't think of anybody in particular that knows her best. Heck, maybe it's even Radius here. He seems to have taken a fancy to her, and I know he visits her from time to time and things like that. But, yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know. I spend too much time here behind the bar, to be honest.
I appreciate the help. And I walk back to the table.
Is it still early evening? I'm gonna ask Radius if he knows in particular, like, any other victims, like anybody that I can interview or question.
He says, I know that veteran out on his farm has been acting kind of odd. I don't know if he's always been a little off. Just- people have been saying he's been acting more odd than normal. I haven't spoken to him though. No one said anything particular about.
Veteran, you said?
Yeah.
Where's his farm?
He's just on the northern outskirts. Just as you head towards you head towards the Glittermist Falls. If you well, you gotta cross over the river first. The Angry Red, the bridge. You take it around. Follow the river up towards the Glittermist Falls. You'll see his farm up there, kind of just on the other side of the water.
Okay. Anybody in town that you know of?
None by name. You have to probably ask around. I'm sure. I know there are others. There's nobody. No, I've heard things being said, but none that I know personally. It's just kind of word of mouth.
Okay. I'll ask the same of the waitress if she knows anybody that's been complaining about memory loss or amnesia of some kind.
She says, well, you know, I was coming into work the other day, and this is probably 4 or 5 days ago. I was coming into work. I usually get here a little after lunch, start my shift, and there was a lady. I don't recall her name, but I mean, I've seen her around town before. I've just never really stopped and talked to her. But she asked me what time it was. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I just kind of told her. But the interesting thing is she was back in that same spot the next day on my way to work. And she asked me what time it was again. And this has actually happened just about every day since. She always asks me what time it is, in the same, always kind of in the same general area.
Where is that?
She kind of directs you down. Yeah.
And what time do you typically pass that way to find her?
Oh, it's, you know, probably just past high noon, so maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Should take a look into that.
Say tomorrow we try to find her, question her, and then head up to Farmer Veteran.
She's like, you know, another individual actually, I don't think about it. And I would tell you to ask Zoyan about it. One of the other waitresses in the morning was telling me about the strange guy they had to send over to Zoyan a few days back. He had ordered some food, and he just sat there staring at it in the morning. This was breakfast time. I hadn't come on shift yet. He just sat there staring at the food, and, you know, let it get cold. The other lady that does the shift before mine kept kind of saying, you know, hey, you gonna eat? And he kept just sort of like smiling, going, yep. But he never did touch it. Just sat there looking at it, and eventually, she cracked a joke about, you need to cut it with your knife first. And ended up having to send him over to Zoyan's, who's had some lacerations in the mouth from a knife and ended up hurting himself, and was choking on his food and stuff.
It was if Zoyan treated the guy, he or she might have notes about a doctor, kind of a patient thing. So maybe we should take her home and take a look at, see what she's got.
That's a good idea.
I chug the last of my drink and put it down. Let's go.
Radius goes with you. Unless there's anything else that anybody wants to do on the walk there.
I imagine most everything's closed at this point. Since
Yeah, there's no shops or things like that. Largely, for the most part, they're open. I mean, maybe a few things, but
I had asked for this.
Lights are on, and as you guys pass by people's homes and things like that, there's lights on inside. It's well into the evening at this point.
I want to
sun is down.
I want to make a note. If there's any probably not open now, but clothing shops to maybe possibly mend this or even buy.
Well, there's some tailors and stuff like that could do that easily.
Yeah, mend my gi, my
Sure.
karate gi, whatever you want to call it.
Keep an eye out for confused people.
Good call.
Eventually, you guys get to
you confused?
Zoyan's place without
Why you ask?
any incident. Nobody wants to do anything.
Excellent. Come with me.
The door's locked. The door is locked.
I turn to Zoya and I'm like, do you have any keys in your pocket?
There, it's open.
Oh, I do. She pulls out some keys.
I was like, you want to
Hands them
see if it opens your door? I'm going to let her do it. I'm not going
Oh,
to.
she's like, she just looks at the house weird, like, you mean my,
I put my hand over hers and put the key into the lock with her doing it, and I unlock the door with her doing
It
the.
unlocks, opens up.
See?
And as the door swings in, I'm like, your house.
She's just like, she looks at everything like it's the first time
she's never seen
any
it
of
before.
She's just like looking very. The house is dark, so she's sort of like entering very slowly, sort of looking around, not sure of what to make of anything.
Do we see a lantern or anything that we can light? Anything that would produce light in this
Yeah,
room?
there's probably something that you can light, like right within inside the door.
Yeah. I'm not sure what level of technology this will.
Well, there's
this
so
will
there's
have, so I don't know if there's actually light switches or.
yeah, there's throughout the town there's some
Or are they?
lamps along the streets and stuff like that that are they're not oil lamps. They are definitely run on some form of electricity.
Yeah, some form.
But there's electricity isn't something at this stage in the city. It's not developed. The town. It's not developed enough to have electricity at all buildings and homes and things like that.
Unless
like,
you're rich.
even nobody here is really wealthy enough,
Wealthy
in,
enough for
in
that.
this town for something like that.
So we are back down to lanterns. So.
Yeah. Right now, the town is Hoboken. There's not much here. The lamps, the few lamps that run through some of the streets that are running electricity is like a big deal to these folks. Like that's like, yeah. So
Okay.
We got a telegraph.
yeah. But there's a lantern probably hanging inside the doorway, designed to be lit when you come in to help. So that's easy enough. You
So
light
I
it.
would light it, and if I notice any other points where there are
Huh?
lanterns,
It's a pretty homey home. Like it's you can see when you walk in. It's well cleaned. It's well decorated. Nothing fancy or extravagant, but it's
well kept.
it's well kept. There is a desk as you walk in to one side. There looks to be sort of an office area that has like a desk. You imagine it's probably where she, with some chairs sitting on the other side, where she probably talks to patients and stuff like that.
The first thing I'd be looking for is wherever she'd keep her records and notes.
You would imagine probably somewhere in that office.
So I'm going over there.
All right.
I'll go with her. So
Yeah, we'd
start rummaging through.
guide her to a sitting room or a bedroom or something.
Yeah.
like
So
that,
off to
you know,
your,
kind
there's some stairs ahead of you, like almost 4 or 5 feet as soon as you come to the door. There's some stairs that go up, and then so if you go left, you kind of go into this just kind of office area. To the right, there's like a sitting living room
Yeah.
kind of bit. You see back behind that, you see access to a kitchen that seems to have a small little table and chairs for eating at as well. And you imagine there's probably bedrooms upstairs.
Right.
You see another door that's closed from the living room. There's going towards the kitchen in the back, and there's another door sort of goes under the stairs. It's closed.
Okay. Yeah, I want to kind of just get her familiar with the place.
Sir, she just kind of sits down and is just kind of like looking around and everything. Very sort of like. You get the impression that she understands this is supposed to be hers, and she's
But
trying.
she's overwhelmed.
But she's and she's just trying to look at everything like, this is my house. Like, as if she's trying to absorb the idea, but it just
Isn't
seems
going well.
unfathomable to her.
Okay.
I'll take a minute and just explain to her again, like, some people stole your memories from you, but this is your home.
And like,
You're safe here. We might be able to restore your memories. We're gonna try, but for now, you're safe here.
She nods and says thank you, and she's like, "No, you say it. My memories were stolen, and I don't remember things. But not remembering things isn't like losing something. When you lose something, you know that it's gone. You just, you bring me into a place I've never seen before. Tell me that it's mine, and I see pictures of myself sitting over there with people that I don't recognize.
It's bizarre. You'll just have to be patient.
And she just seems very sort of like it's just all a very crazy sensation for her, like that she's trying to make the best of, but you can tell it's incredibly unnerving. like she's walking into somebody else's life and just kind of told, take over this person's life, like.
Sounds like my everyday.
You can tell she's definitely calmer than she was when you met her outside of town. But
Are there pictures of her anywhere?
yeah, there are. And so yeah, she sits down and talks to you. You two are searching her office.
I am looking for. Yeah.
Make some checks.
This is a good time to roll high.
Wait, let the seeker seek, okay? Well, maybe not.
Well,
Alright. So
9 for me,
15.
but 15
Talk-
for her.
talk it out, describe it, and try to give yourself whatever advantage you can think of.
Yeah, this game
Yeah.
seems
The
like
process
if you
of
talk about it,
description.
it'll happen.
Yeah, it's the game definitely rewards you for being descriptive in your actions.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 15, but I'm specifically looking for, like, I'm going through books, notes, files, anything that would have a doctor's notes. As a geneticist, I would know what that would look like.
Okay.
Like, I'm looking specifically for the doctor's notes on patients she's seen.
I definitely, considering your sort of background in science and things like that, you would definitely have a good idea of, like, not just what you're looking for, but a lot of intellectuals are also organized people, and a lot of organized people tend to organize things in very similar fashion.
Especially if you're functioning out of an office.
Right. So it gives you sort of an advantage on, like, if I had an office like this, I would place these kind of things here or here. Yeah. So
I'm gonna holler over, like, check John Doe first.
you do find sort
No,
of
but they think
oh.
she did treat somebody.
in
Did
her
not.
desk, there's a drawer that you pull out that has sort of a lot of envelopes with papers in them that are sort of have names written on them. Look like they might be, people's different, like their medical information notes or things that whenever she sees a patient, if there's things she needs to mark down or services she's performed, there's maybe even some like receipts for bills and things like that in there that she
Do I
keeps.
see a patient, like, logbook? Because some
Yeah.
physicians would have kept like the files would have been separate because you don't want everyone looking
Right.
at those, but you would have a logbook of who you saw and when, and a general description of why they showed up.
Yeah. That's probably like honestly, that's probably just a big book that's sitting on her desk.
Okay, so
Pretty-
when he yells that, I find that book and I just tuck it under the shoulder while I'm still looking for what I'm looking for.
Okay. So like I said, you find all these sort of envelopes with people's names on them. You sort of peek in, flip through a couple of things, and they seem to have just notes on when she's seen, what she's performed on people, some of their symptoms, if she's prescribing remedies, or if she's had to perform operations on people or things like that.
So I realize that these are probably in some sort of alphabetical numerical.
Yeah.
So then I flip the book open to see who she's seen. How many days ago was that?
A week.
Did the waitress say how long ago that was?
So it was about 4 days ago.
Yeah, almost
About 4 days ago.
Alright, so I start with 5 days ago, assuming that her memory might be slightly faulty.
You go through and you do eventually find a gentleman by the name of Zane.
Gray.
No. Zane Grizzle. That came in with injuries to his mouth and was brought in by a barkeep, and was told that he had been choking. They managed to sort of stop the choking before they brought him in, but he had these injuries to his mouth.
Okay. What notes does she have?
So when you go through the paperwork of the files that she has for matching that name, you see that she points out that he seems to have cuts along the sides of the lips and cheeks, inside and outside of what looks to be from a sort of a common cutlery knife, as well as some bruising in the throat from choking, some bruising of the chest from what looks like someone did like a Heimlich maneuver type thing, tried to stop him
to
from
get it
choking.
out?
And the man sort of sat in her office crying, not really from the pain of his wounds, but described to her that he was so hungry and he knew what he wanted in him, but he didn't know how to eat.
No memory of how.
He was starving, and he knew that his body told him to eat something, but he didn't understand how to do it. And he described that the waitress had made a comment about needing to cut it first, and he wasn't sure what that meant. And at first he tried to cut himself, and then because he had a general sense of his mouth, being involved, and then that hurt and he didn't want to do it anymore, so then he tried to sort of shovel food in with the knife, which caused him to cut himself some more inside. And also he didn't really understand, the notes that from basically, not that he said this, but it was clear that sort of the food that he was eating, he hadn't chewed any of it. He just tried to swallow whole chunks of things.
Ow.
Shove it into his mouth with his knife
I've done
and
that before.
swallow
It hurts.
whole chunks of things.
Bad
And he
chicken.
didn't chew or anything like that. And that
Puppy.
yeah, the whole process of
Obviously.
chewing food and swallowing, he didn't understand. He was literally just kind of trying to cram the food
Yeah, and
into
hope
his throat.
that something would remember how that worked.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with the notes still in my hands and flipping through it, I walk out and I was like, I tell you guys, this isn't good.
So this isn't just stealing memories from the cortex or the hippocampus, but actual
Learned memories.
This is.
Tasks and
reflexive
Yeah.
information
basic
as
stuff
well.
you
I look
Yeah.
at you. I was like, it's memories in the way we are used to thinking of them, things we've experienced, lessons we've learned, but also instinctual things that we didn't actually learn, but we learned just by thinking in the first place, by being
Basic bodily
a
functions.
sentient creature. And I look over at the doctor and I was like, somebody needs to stay with her and not him. And I gesture at
At Radius?
at Radius.
He sort of
I was like,
is taken aback and he's like,
Man, it's,
excuse me?
you also need to be kept with someone. We can find one person for both of you, but if a man can't remember how to eat, and you don't know what memories you're missing yet,
I know how to eat.
I'm sure you don't need to worry.
You literally
about
watched him eat earlier.
Yes, I was like,
So, I mean, like,
I'm
There
looking
could
at him
be-
as
There could be other functions that you've
Bad example.
forgotten that you don't know that you've forgotten. Like,
you don't
just
know
throwing
you're
it out
missing
there, do you know how to use the bathroom?
he sort of furrows his brow. He's like,
You're gonna have to.
no? What is...
yeah, you might not.
Well,
actually.
I mean, I know what a bathroom is. I'm not sure what I would do in there.
Well, you're different. The point remains. We don't know what you've forgotten and what you may need to know. So I think it would be wise if
Scratch
the
around
two
the dirt
of
for a
you
while,
stayed
like
at the
everybody else.
inn where there can be
Have
somebody...
you informed everybody that he's a robot?
no, he hasn't.
Okay.
I did actually. After
Well,
I,
well,
did
you said something to
I
Dyson
said
about it.
something quietly. Basically, I said, she's a normal human, he's a robot.
Oh yeah, he did.
Oh.
You did say that.
I didn't know if
forgot.
you were directing it or if you just were whispering to Dyson.
No, I was trying to
Okay.
say it to the party, but not necessarily
Okay.
have them
Is-
hear me say it.
Okay.
And at this point, I interject. I was like, she doesn't know what memories are missing, and neither will you, until you go to do something and you know that something needs to happen, and there's a disconnect in the middle. We won't. He didn't know that he'd forgotten how to eat. It shows right here, until he realized he was so hungry, he needed to eat,
But didn't know how.
but could not remember such a simple thing as.
He's like, I know that I can't know what I don't know, but
And it may have affected you
there's
less
a lot
so than
that
it
I
did her.
still know that I know.
Sure.
So
He's like, you see him sort of, he kind of like cocks his head as if he's trying to think about kind of
Everything.
catalog all the things he does know. And he's like, I mean, I know how long I've been here. I know.
and it's possible that you didn't, whatever happened to her didn't fully happen to you.
But we don't know that right now. And I don't
And-
know that it's.
He sort of thinks, he's like, honestly, with the exception of the fact that I was attacked, I remember almost the last 30 years. But not much before that. Nothing before that.
How old are you?
It's a good question. I'm at least 30.
Well, there's a thing that we know that you don't know.
So he's synthetic, right? He was manufactured.
But he doesn't remember how he came to be.
Well, I mean, he's got to be.
He
like
also
a,
hasn't outwardly revealed.
that he
the idea
is.
that
And
he
so
is, right.
we're skirting the issue ever so quietly. So
Well,
we
I'm
don't
saying,
really-
does his memories?
That's what I started to pick up
Are his
on.
memories stored the same way as a human's memory? And would he
We
be
don't
affected
know.
the same way? That's
we
what I'm
don't
wondering.
know. But
That
I
could be, but we don't know.
And we don't know what the device does.
my
We don't know how it
character is
works.
at this point
Sure.
realizing that neither of these people should be left by themselves.
And neither can we babysit them on our mission.
Correct.
So I recommend that they stay at the inn while we go and investigate the situation and perhaps restore their memories.
You can give the
Radius
innkeeper
is sort of like,
a couple of
I-
shekels.
For your safety.
For her safety.
he sort of grabs the hilt of his big ass axe. He's like, I can handle myself.
But you know what?
Not that kind of safety.
We can recommend it, but we can't force them to do it. So that's as far as we can go.
That's
You want
true.
to try to persuade them? persuade him. Otherwise,
Yeah,
just-
I should not be the one persuading.
Should be the one
He
to
says
say
he
You
would
should
like
it. But hang on, that's what he said.
to.
Would you at least be willing to stay with Zoya while we find someone that could keep track of her?
Nope.
I would like to keep an eye on Zoyan insofar until it is such information that might lead me to, or us, or you, or whatever else, to the people that have done this to Zoyan and presumably myself. Because I will not sit idle in recovering Zoyan's memories. I will watch her while you gather information, but when it comes time to act, I want to act. That's what I do.
I mean, and then in his defense, that is fair because he's the one that has ostensibly interacted with this machine.
True.
We haven't. We don't know where it's at. So maybe there is something to be said for that.
We do need to do a survey tomorrow of another section, don't we?
And yeah, the Amaranth Forest.
We can
That's where
probably.
we can take a look at people in the morning and then head out and see if it matches up with that area, and if so, we'll move out that way and see if something's there.
Well, let's take Zoyan back to the inn.
While they're still talking, I start flipping through the book. Do I find any other instances where she is shown anything strange that they've ended up coming to
Yeah,
her?
so there's looks like a family was brought in. A husband brought his wife in just a day ago. She remembers being married to him, does not remember their children. And when they came in from playing, screamed at them to get the hell out of their house. The children, it took him quite a while, the husband quite a while to console his children. They were crying, very upset. His wife sort of just, and whenever he tried to tell his wife that, you know, those were their children, she wouldn't accept it. So she's never seen them before in her life. That she's not going to take in street rats and things like that. And
What a bitch.
yeah,
Riff raff.
Right.
Street rat.
I don't buy that. And his husband's really worried about her because of that. The children are upset. Like, he doesn't know what to do.
This town needs a psychiatrist.
I kind of pipe up. It seems everywhere that the memories are missing, it causes distress.
I imagine so.
But in this one, I immediately start telling the story about the wife. It was like, she just doesn't, not believe him. She just aggressively doesn't want to keep the children. Fills in her own story where the gaps were. Perhaps that's part of why you don't know you're missing memories.
Until you need
The
it.
brain starts filling it in.
Yeah. Well,
Do I find any others? Just those two?
I say first thing in the morning, we interview a couple of these people to get information, and then based on whatever information we gather, we set out and try to find.
You're also told you can check out Veterans Farm out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is the
there's also
farm between the town and the northern woods? Not at all. Okay.
Well, it is to the north.
It's to the so the northwest. You wouldn't have to get to the forest. You wouldn't have to cross over the river, the Angry Red.
Mm-hmm.
To get to the farm, you have to cross over the bridge to get over the Angry Red is actually in the northeast of town,
Okay.
and then you have to come around and go
Okay.
up. to get to
The idea
So if you-
is
hold on,
that
if
they're
you-
not actually conveniently located one next
the farm.
to
Yeah, the
other.
farm's not overly conveniently located, but if you look at this picture, that's his farm up here. So you have to cross the bridge here and then come around.
All right. Well, let's do that first thing in the morning.
But go to the farm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have to?
I think we do.
I
I
mean,
think
we
we
don't have to do anything.
Except
I mean,
the
I just-
survey,
I
because we
just-
get paid for that.
I just want to look for the artifact. That's all.
Well, yeah, I know, but this is gonna help us
The
find
guy
out.
at the farm might have information relating to the artifact.
Fine.
Are we anywhere near the obelisk?
I mean, you can kind of see the obelisk from everywhere in town. It's large, and the town's not that big.
Is it a giant hand?
Yeah.
Does it have 6 fingers?
I want to go to the
If
obelisk.
it is, I have red silk 6-fingered
And,
gloves.
You said it hums.
Not constantly, but periodically.
Because
It's
it
kinda
doesn't know
okay.
the words.
hum like this, like it's like this minuscule vibration is happening that kind of causes the air to vibrate and hum out.
I have.
It's referred to as the trilling shard.
Okay. I have a purple crystal that also hums. Do they hum in the same frequency?
They do.
Interesting.
In fact, you find that it does so in such a manner that when it doesn't begin humming as soon as you sort of get near it or anything like that. But when the hum sort of starts, you just kind of wait around. When the hum starts, the crystal starts reacting as well, sort of a similar tone and vibration, but it kind of amps up to sort of a louder, more shrilling noise than typical. Almost like the vibrations are sort of like amplifying themselves.
Constructive interference.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But then, like, when the humming stops from the obelisk, then, like, your crystal kind of goes back to its normal state.
I'm going to touch my crystal to the obelisk.
Me to touch our crystal with their crystal.
Just the tips, though. Just the tips.
Just the tips.
Just the tips.
I'm just going to see what it does.
My God.
Make a roll, an intelligence check. If you want to spend effort, you can spend effort.
It was going to be a good roll, and then it wasn't.
You don't really like you touch the crystal to the obelisk, but not in any sort of like deliberate like looking for just the right spot or anything like that. You're just kind of like, and nothing really happens.
Okay.
Let's try this.
Well, that's
Nope,
cool.
okay.
Neat. Put it away.
You think that there might be a connection? You don't know what or how or why or to what end or whatever else, but it's certainly
I'll
don't even know
investigate
what's
more
up.
when I have more time.
an interesting thing.
Alright.
Okay.
Let's take it back to the inn and rest up for the night.
So
We
you guys
need
are
to-
you guys are recommending that Zoyan and Radius stay at the inn as well?
Yeah.
I mean, if he
If he wants to
insists
stay here,
on coming with us, then
Well, he said that he's happy if you guys are just going to go out information gathering. He'll stay with Zoyan for that. He doesn't
He's no
care to be
interest
involved
in
in that.
we're not going to just information.
well, yeah.
But that if you get information that directs you towards being able to take action against the culprits, that he would like you to return to him and tell him so that he can accompany you.
Oh, before we leave her office, I want to see if there's any notes or indication that she had an assistant of any kind. No notes, nothing.
All right.
It's a small enough town that like it's not like people are getting, and it's not like it's a mining town where some dangerous. I mean, there is the
No,
big hole
but there
that
may
some
be
people-
somebody with an interest that's been volunteering or
Sure.
helping or whatever.
But for the
But
most
if there's
part-
no one, then there's no
Yeah,
one.
there's
that's
nobody.
not uncommon.
she.
When it comes to the recovery mechanic in the game, like when does it reset?
At the next day.
Next day, okay.
Essentially.
I'm done for the day.
Once we have Zoya and Cowboy settled.
Okay.
Yeah,
there
we'll
isn't
head back
really
to our
anything else.
inn,
Yep.
I would have put everything back where I found
wherever
it.
that may be.
Radius will pay for a room for him and Zoya to stay in.
I do some meditating before I go to bed.
It's generally expected that if you were down any amount of pool, that during your overnight rest is when you take your 10-hour. If you have any more than just your 10-hour left, you can do both. You can do any or all the remaining recovery rolls. But as long as you have your 10-hour recovery left, which typically you would when you go to bed, that you do your 10-hour recovery roll at that time. So I don't think anybody used their 1-hour one. So if going to bed, if you need to roll twice to recover what's left, then you can do so.
Yeah. Well, the only remaining one I have is my
I just
three,
use
the
my
three
action.
for speed that I
Right, but if you roll low enough that isn't good enough, you technically have 2 recovery rolls.
Yeah,
you
my
can do
pools
so.
Oh, gotcha. 6.
Okay.
Plus 1, so.
Plus 1, yeah. So you easily recover.
Okay.
And the next day, you're back to the
Gotcha.
1 action or whatever.
The Tower of Skill Rex. I make a giant nest of pillows.
So, can we sell ciphers? I mean, I like the ones I have are more for installation of walls. I'm like, like the two ciphers I have. One is like, one increases the durability of a wall, and the other one gives it slashing protection, wall slashing protection. I'm like, unless we're actually,
I mean, you could use it on the town.
Yeah.
but it
Only
only lasts
lasts
for
for a
28
certain
hours. So
time,
I was
yeah.
like, there's no point in me. But they're described as bulky, and I wouldn't want to carry these around with me. Both of them are bulky devices. So I'm like, it doesn't make sense for me to carry them.
You could use it on the town to protect it in the case that zombies attack while we're out doing the thing with the thing.
True.
Or you could try to sell them if you want. You're not going to get a ton for them.
I don't have a ton of shins right now, so.
But if you want to sell them, then that's fine. You probably will get about half their level in chins for them.
Like I said, I'm trying to think of both these bulky devices.
I understand what you're
being
saying.
carried
I'm
by
just
me.
telling you if you would
I'm
like
trying,
to sell
yeah,
them,
I'm trying to say, okay, so I'll just,
you get half their level in chins.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
You should have their level written down.
This is level 4.
Level 4 and level 6, okay.
So you would get 5 shins for selling the both of them. And then you mark them off your sheet. You don't have them. Alright. So, sun up this morning. You guys come down, get your breakfast. And, huh?
Being stupid.
Are you eating eggs? Scrambled eggs?
Big old bowl of grits.
Just
Picking it out.
are they mushy grits or like watery grits?
Oh no, they're hard.
Hard,
grits.
just like dry grits.
Yep.
Grits with no water.
Funny story about that. Guy who used to work at the water plant, Vernon Land, had a story about grits. Loved his grits. Liked them thick. He clogged his esophagus.
That's a thing?
With grits. It's a thing. Like
You
he's
can
eating
make a
grits.
paste out of that shit if you want.
You can, and he swallowed them and like realized like something was wrong. So he took a drink of water,
Oh,
And,
and it like
Oh no.
it filled up,
Oh no.
and he started to panic, like what? And then like all of a sudden like like a toilet that almost backed up is like whoosh, and he was like woo. And then he did it again. Then he stopped eating grits.
he could have just watered his grits down.
He could have.
Yeah.
However, he wanted them thick.
add a little
Yeah.
butter and slide right down the throat. Mm-hmm.
Vern was a cool guy. He had stories. He had lots of stories.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Apparently, they had a problem one time at the airport with beavers.
Beaver dam.
So they hired some trappers who apparently are exactly like what you are imagining in your head.
Like fucking
French and
coonskin
Nazi-
hat, Frenchmen, like fucking.
We are here to get the bills. Where's the bills?
It was like it's like they walked right out of
Davy
a
Crockett
fucking movie.
motherfuckers.
It was the most cliche thing.
That's awesome.
I wonder if that's like if I owned a beaver trapping business. I mean, I imagine they trap more than just beavers, but think.
That'd be the uniform, right?
Yeah. That would just be the uniform, just to fuck with people. Like that would just be the thing. It's like, all right, here's your company issued coonskin hat, and like
Practice your accent.
that's right.
Yes. Your furry black shawl and everything.
Yeah.
Jacket.
No, they all get red jackets and a coonskin hat.
Like that would just I would just do that just cause.
That would be amazing.
And now when we get the random message saying, I've got this new business venture.
Coonskin hat, maybe.
All right, so you guys have your breakfast. You guys gonna head to the farm, or are you guys heading out to ask people in town first?
Well, we could ask the people in town first, and then go to the farm.
Yeah.
But we have to come back through the town.
Anyway, because of the bridge.
Right. But I guess we can ask these people before we go.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Just in case we don't have to come back over the bridge.
While he goes to sell some ciphers, I can ask
I'll just sell it to the freaking barkeeper and.
Or we could talk to
can
the
talk to-
townsfolk
yeah.
when we come back to find out about the lady at noonish that keeps asking what time is it.
True.
Good point.
Unless something unpredictable happens at the
Anything
farm.
that
In which case we'll be waiting for us
morning,
tomorrow.
the morning barkeepers, do they know anything? We interview them, ask them if they know anything.
Oh, the morning barkeep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make a. Basically just a social interaction roll. You have it. You ease that some. It should be a pretty easy roll.
Well, good, because I got an 8.
Yeah. You literally just need like a 3.
Okay.
So you you ask morning barkeeps, and they're like, oh yeah. By the way, the name of the bar or tavern you guys are at is called the Snug. It's kind of more like a long warehouse converted into this half bar, half inn thing. Barkeep is sort of an older, silver-haired lady. She introduces her name as Melly.
Okay, really?
She has a very kind face, a lot of sort of lines, wrinkle lines in her face, laugh lines as well. Sort of seems to be a very upbeat person. And she's just like, well, Veteran used to come in every morning. He hasn't been in a while. Used to come in from his farm with, for a while now, he kept coming in with his wagon. He's got a wagon he has pulled in. He'd bring goods from his farm in for sale at the market. Usually sell things like white-leaved cave-in fruit or other things that he grew out on his farm. Hasn't been in a couple days though. He used to be in. It's very active for the last week or so, more so than usual.
I think we're gonna go check on him, right?
Usually after he brought his goods in, he spent quite a bit of time here at the Snug, kind of drinking the rest of the day away. At least the afternoon. Oftentimes he'd pass out at the table, poor thing. But no one really asked too much. Somehow made enough shin to pay for all those drinks. I don't know where he got it from, but I guess he's
making good money.
making good money at the market with pulling all the fruit and whatnot in.
Well, maybe we should go pay him a visit, make certain he's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. No, I'm not here to know that. In case we forget where we are.
I will remind you.
I tattoo it on my arm.
There you go.
Remember St. Lucas.
Yes.
She also says that she never saw it, but a few other folks did say that a few times some people saw some cloaked figures riding in the wagon with Veteran. They didn't get a good look at them. Sometimes people pay others for rides in or out of town, so I mean,
Could have been a taxi. It could have been something else. Who knows?
maybe that's where he was making the extra money from.
Banker, All right. Well, I'll let everybody know what I heard from her. You know, she's saying that the veteran comes in sometimes with extra people in his wagon. Sometimes they're cloaked, hooded. Sometimes they're not there at all, and nobody's heard from him for about a week.
Radius, you better come with us.
He's like, you think there's gonna be action?
There might be.
Then I'm coming.
Who else is in the bar with us this morning? Looking around. Besides our 7 people and the barkeep he spoke to, who else is in here? Are there other patrons at all?
A few, not many. There's maybe another 4 or 5 people in here. People just kind of getting. Nobody's like drinking. Just
No.
kind of getting breakfast before
Yeah,
work or
going to
whatever.
work.
A
type
free
thing.
continental breakfast.
It's not really free.
Can you imagine some of them might be
They're paying for it.
merchants that are kind of stayed in the tavern and probably heading out, you know, on a caravan or something like that this morning.
Okay.
Who's going to?
Somebody tell the barkeep to keep an eye on Zoyan.
Yeah, I'll tell her.
I freaked out the gentleman yesterday. That should probably be somebody else.
I'll tell her.
Don't assume that she knows
You know, I tell the barkeep,
anything.
you know, there's a friend of ours upstairs. She may need a couple of extra, you know, some extra help with some things she doesn't know what she doesn't know. And I tell her it's Zoe maybe. She's
Yeah,
she's
she
got,
knows
you know,
Zoyan. She's
yeah.
like, oh, Zoyan.
Zoe's upstairs. She's got some
Memory issues.
memory issues. She can't remember certain things sometimes.
Make a persuasion check. Again, for you, this is going to be like literally just roll 3 or better.
11.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, and I'll even pass her a shin just to make certain that you know she's taken care of.
Okay.
Oh, shin.
A whole shin. I've got some shins.
He's rolling in some dough.
I
Man,
am.
I must have got the shin lift job.
Well, his thing for his charming trait starts him with 10 extra shin.
Mother.
So
Yep.
Yeah. That secret don't make much.
That's one rich chicken.
Alright,
And
alright.
flavor.
Let's go.
Um,
Let's go.
she's
Let's go.
sort of like you know, she seems confused, but she says she'll look after her the best she can.
Perfect. Thank you.
She's like, you know, Zoyan's always looked after all of us. I'll be happy to return the favor for that.
Yeah, I got you. He's like, let's go. I'm like, oh, I got you. We're still talking.
That's right. We're heading to Veterans.
Yep.
All right.
Veteran the veteran.
Veteran the veteran.
Of 2 foreign wars.
I had my
Is it-
obsession today, so let's go. Let's go.
You're obsessed with being obsessed.
Do we want to worry about taking a carriage over, or are we walking?
I
I know
think
that
it's
there is a
possible.
community carriage.
I think we can.
He's my hovercraft.
It's a bit
Is
of a
that
hike,
Cypher?
but
Hi, first singer.
Because of the timetable that we want to keep today, getting a ride out of town to the
We'll just run. I'm good at
might
running.
not
Let's
be
run.
a bad idea.
How much coke did your character snort this morning?
all of the
All of it.
That is a cipher.
It is.
That probably is a cipher. So, yeah, I imagine you guys are walking over. It's too early to probably be being able to find a cart
Heading in that
heading
direction.
that direction. There might be carts coming into town from outside of town
Let's
this
hope
early,
so.
but trying to find carts to be heading up that way early in the morning is not likely. So you'll have to walk.
Okay, I'm
Probably-
scanning ahead.
Probably takes you a little over an hour to get up there.
Does Radius remember what Veteran and his cart looks like?
Yeah, he remembers better.
Alright, so if he sees him coming the other way,
Yeah,
speak up.
yeah. So you guys are walking. Like I said, it takes you guys about an hour or so to get up there. As you approach, you see a farm whose fields seem first off, the stench hits you from a ways away. Sweetness and rot. You see a field of blackened over fruit all along the ground, rotting.
Same kind of zombie rot we saw?
No, just
Okay. Just rot.
Bad for
Overripe, non-harvested.
Yeah. You see a man, filthy and unmoving, lying on the ground before a small home. Several acres of field surround the house, overgrown with weeds and gnarled bushes, from which overripened cavern fruit have dropped to the ground. A shed 3 times larger than the house stands next to the abandoned field.
I guess we go see who the person is.
Okay, I go check him out.
I cast ward as we approach because he's down.
How big is the shed?
Is it a she shed?
It's 3 times bigger than the house. It's large.
Is it a shishi or shishi?
I mean, do you want full dimensions? I mean, you have a measuring tape out to...
Is it larger than a 10-foot cube?
I would expect something 3 times the size of a house to be larger than a 10-foot cube, yes.
Okay.
I mean, it could be a tiny home. You don't know.
I mean, he appears to live alone. It could be a shack.
Living in a shotgun shack.
This is not my beautiful home.
This is not my beautiful pink
So
footage.
what are you guys doing as you see this sort of ahead of you?
As soon as I see that there's a human down, I cast ward as we walk
Yep,
forward.
I heard you. Okay.
Yeah, I was scouting ahead. I'm checking him out now. I'm running
Okay.
up to him.
I'm keeping an eye on the house.
On the house?
Keep an eye on the building, the shed.
I might keep an eye on Radius. Let's see what he does.
He's just kind of he's got his axe out in case
Yeah.
some shit goes down, but otherwise
Okay.
he's just kind of walking along to you. So you're up ahead of the group.
Yeah.
All right. So
It
you
says
get
here I normally scout ahead.
yeah
anyways.
you get to the body. The body seems the skin is tight around the muscles and bones, tan, like incredibly tan, red in areas, as if overexposed.
Do I see
to the
breathing
elements.
movements?
Huh?
Like breathing movements or any
No.
kind of movements?
He's also very thin, slightly distended stomach. Make a medicine or biology type roll. You don't have any training; it's just gonna be a flat roll.
8.
You're not sure. He appears dead. You don't know to what end, or not to the end. You don't know the cause exactly. You're not sure how long. You're not sure, if he's actually dead because you just did deal with zombies not too long ago.
But he's dead.
You don't see any signs of movement or
Is he
anything like that.
like face down or face up?
Face up.
Okay. So
Do you say anything?
Proper fucked.
I think he's dead. Want to come and check him out?
I'll go up and look at him.
As you all approach, Radius sort of looks at him and says, "That's veteran.
Alright, medicine
A little
check.
worse for wear."
Um,
Do you
I
have
wanna-
any training or anything that
She is a geneticist.
she is? But
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily mean that
She can check his DNA.
he's human.
It's not really.
She knows
yeah, it's
everything
not-
about his
That's not
family.
real.
That's right.
He's part of.
I have one skill, determine a cause of death. 14.
Okay, yeah. It seems to be probably mostly starvation, and
Exposure.
probably overexposure on top of that didn't help any. But mostly starvation.
He starved to death.
I wonder if he forgot how to eat again, like everyone else.
This is a different fella.
This is.
Well, I mean, like the other guy did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check out the barn. Or
So
the house
as
first.
as this happens, as you guys are sort of looking over Federer's corpse, the doors to the barn burst open, and a Aneen-driven cart. An Aneen is a creature. It looks like this. They're a common sort of beast of burden to stuff.
Okay.
Looks like a big fleet.
Yeah, kind of.
Not an insect though.
Yeah, not an insect.
Big as in like a horse size.
Yeah. A little bigger than a horse.
Bear sized owl.
Kind of like
Like draft horse size.
camel size, maybe, right?
Camels are the same size range as a horse.
They're a little taller.
Drafts.
Well, yeah, they're a little taller, exactly.
That's the
Unless you're talking like Clydesdales, but
Yeah, those are draft horses.
Right.
They're the same size range as.
so yeah,
Cool.
cart is sort of starts busting out a thing. 7 hunchbacked forms cling to the wagon with 6 more walking behind it. Well, I say running behind it as it. You can see poking out of the hoods of these cloaks these black beaks. And
It's a murder of merchant.
they begin just trying to take off away from the farm in this thing.
Is there anything in the back
I'm going
besides
to
them?
attack the beast that is pulling the cart.
Huh?
I want to attack the beast pulling the cart.
Okay, well, first we're going to initiative.
Okay.
Is there, before we go into
Question.
initiative,
Was there anything else besides? Is it a covered cart, or is it like there's?
It's an open cart.
So was there anything else besides people in the back, like there's a device or something covered in the device?
You'll
Nothing you can see right away.
nothing that you can see right away.
That is cockeyed. That is not as good.
Okay, so it's time.
I did not.
Bring, bring, hello.
Banana phone.
hello, yes, this is dog.
Enoch.
Hello? Yes, this is Dom.
What is the what'd you get?
14.
All right, so you are before.
13, and of course I'm using my action, whatever the thing is.
So you're before.
E4.
Remember that you have an asset on initiative. Right. Didn't you say you had that?
I'm trained initiative.
Yeah.
I don't. Do I add one or?
No, you don't add anything. It just means
I just
that.
mention it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
What's his name?
6.
6.
Yeah.
You are after.
15.
Tyson.
You were before.
18.
You were before. So you're the only
I'm the
one.
only
going
one
after.
that goes after.
You're after.
Everybody
Everyone
else
is
goes before.
After.
I'm the one that wants to
Half
take
lap.
out the horse
I saw
and
that.
take out the water.
It's a good thing it was
And then
closed.
We have the Dyson, the bad guys. They'll act, I guess, on the same.
He's gonna clean up their act before they go.
So who of those who are going before the
Who's
Murden wish to go first?
well? Where is the barn in relation to the body?
75 feet away.
Okay, so would I be the closest?
You're all generally the same distance away.
Okay.
What range does that put them at? Median.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't really have anything
I'm-
that I can do.
I'm going to turn on my power armor.
Power armor activated.
That's your action.
Yep. Bach mode engaged.
Who's next?
I guess what I'm going to do, as soon as it's within range, I'm going to cast Onslaught on the animal pulling the cart. So I'm going to start aiming.
Okay.
So in relation to like me versus this oncoming like cart, like how many feet would you think? Would you say?
It's about 75 feet.
Wow, it's a bit of ways.
It's still in medium range, but just barely.
Right. So how many actions it's going to take? My idea is like either like run towards it. They want to get close enough to like a awesome like monkey flip onto onto the cart where the driver is and like punch that dude out. Parkour.
Okay. I mean, you can start moving towards them.
Yeah.
You can use your entire round to move a short distance, which would put them within short distance of you next turn.
Okay.
You could wait to see if they come your direction, but based on just their initial trajectory, it looks like they're not trying to engage you guys. They're trying to flee, so it's unlikely they're going to be coming.
Not a flea.
Oh, I thought they had to come
Yeah, flee on a flee.
towards us.
No,
because
so if you're looking at the farm, there's sort of like his fields with like a center pathway that leads up to the house.
right.
The barn is sort of off to the right of the house that has a kind of larger road for like vehicles, the wagon and stuff like that to go up to it. So it's busting out and coming down that. You're on the center path where he's passed out.
Okay. I thought they would have to pass us to go down the path the way that we came up.
No, you're kind of on a walk path that kind of goes between the fields. This is a larger
In that
vehicle path.
case,
So yeah, my action, I'll move towards them then.
Okay.
yeah. And that what I want to do is move on and intercept, of course. So not
Okay.
not at them, but in the direction that they're going to be.
Sure. So you're gonna basically be trying to go across this sort of rotten field of fruit.
Yes.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we only have one action, correct?
Yep.
Movement's an action, so I'm doing the same thing. I'm gonna run towards him.
Okay.
Like,
The
intercept.
direction
of course.
I'm doing, or the direction he's doing?
What?
In the direction that I'm going, or the direction he's going?
Direction he's going, because he's going to intercept the cart. I'm
Yeah.
not going to. You know,
My intention is to take out the driver.
So
we're all generally going the same direction.
you guys are all running basically across the fields, sort of spread a little bit. Other than Foggy, who's sort of just activating Death Chicken.
Can we use anything to increase that movements? How far we move, like running, like
Unless you have
Running-
some
yeah, unless you
skill,
have
like,
some
like
skill
spin an
that-
edge or something or
cipher.
whatever, or pool.
No, because there's no roll involved. So,
Okay.
if you have Fleet of Foot, the skill Fleet of Foot allows you to run a long distance, but you don't have that.
Nothing makes us Jesse Owens. Okay, gotcha.
Huh?
Nothing will increase our speed to make us run faster. You say, okay.
No.
unless you have a thing that says it
Right,
do
right,
that.
right.
We can't dash, Glenn.
Well, it's essentially what you did, because normally you can only
No,
move
yeah,
immediate
you move,
range.
right.
You
Yeah,
sort of
I-
double move,
I- yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
I
you
get it,
throw-
I
I'm
get
just
what
saying
he's
there was nothing. There's nothing else like spending any points couldn't help us do that.
No.
Like adrenaline rush or some crap, unless it says that.
Right.
I'm sorry, you're not a vampire. You don't have celerity.
Right. So it is now their turn. They are piloting this
Ghost it.
this wagon down
Ghost it.
this pathway.
Well, it is
They-
a power ghost it.
Are moving pretty
It's a mobile
quickly.
murder.
They're able to more or less. The wagon itself has passed kind of all of you guys. The ones that are kind of running along behind, kind of flanking behind it, are kind of within range. You guys might be able to get to them this round. The wagon's a little past that. At this point it's your turn. At this point, so the ones in the back now, because you haven't moved yet, they're still. They've probably moved into a short range. All of them are pretty much short range for you now. Well, for all of you.
Take a prisoner.
Yeah, so hospital not going to know.
How like so the cart is too far away.
Just have a long range weapon. I think we need to invest in some long range weapons.
Are any of my
Should have sent a sniper.
friends gonna be in radius if I throw a grenade at them? Are any of my comrades gonna be close enough to be affected by that?
They're looking
No.
that way, we're looking this way.
Well, what's the blast radius of it? Does it say immediate? If it's immediate, then
It doesn't
odd.
say.
then
It's
yeah.
the detonation of the matter disruptor.
Yeah, no, I would say that's not a big enough.
Okay. Then we're going to toss the matter disruptor at the let the grenade go off at the gaggle that we're running behind.
Okay. Does it say anything about how to activate it or what you need to do?
Toss to short range and it explodes. The damage is equal to the level.
Isn't that the one that you have to be? You have to move beyond long distance for it to detonate.
No, that one's a different one. That's the explosive poison.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
That had been my hope actually to get to the creature that was pulling the cart, but
What's
since I can't reach
how much
it,
damage do you say it does?
it'll do 6 damage.
Okay. So make it's gonna be a might roll. I only say that in case you want to spend effort. That it's gonna come from your might pool.
I was just gonna toss it and hope for the best.
Fire and forget.
Go for it.
Do you have to decide that before you roll?
If you want to spend effort, yes. You decide that.
18.
18. All right. So that'll actually give you +2 damage on top of that.
God damn.
Well then, we might not have anybody to talk to. Sorry, guys.
So,
Way to go.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so that means it does 8 damage, right?
Yes.
So it lands sort of in the center of
It's
this.
worse if I hit it.
It's a murder of crows of murder. It's a murdering of murder of crows.
It,
Yes.
Murdering murder.
It lands in sort of the you
Murder
manage to
face.
lob it just sort of in front of where they're running, so they kind of
Run
as
into it.
Yeah, they run on top of it as it explodes.
Pick me up.
Feathers everywhere.
Yeah, there's you guys.
Oh, the birdality.
Well, it's a matter disruptor, so it's not even really an explosion. You guys just kind of see. You guys just kind of see this like this energy sort of pulse out from this thing and cover over them. And what you witness is some of their cloaks, some of their arms or faces that you see, like little sections of different matter start randomly changing into different things. Cloth turns into skin. Skin turns into
I don't like
plastic.
where this is going.
Like, you know, their beak turns from paper to, you know, and just
To a dick.
yeah, just. But it's all of their beings. Just you see flash and random bits of them changing rapidly to different things.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's quite disturbing to watch. You hear them scream out in pain.
And then nothing.
Fuck was that?
And they kind of collapse for a second and kind of like manage to pull themselves back up. None of them died,
But they are really.
but they are real fucked.
They wish they were dead.
Yeah.
I'm just like, that just happened?
Jesus.
And I start moving towards
After that goes
We
down,
have-
I yell, "The cart!"
We have another brie.
even I say observation. Gross. Like emphasizing the gross.
Gross.
So,
I like how I roll well on the things that are disturbing.
all right. So we're back up to before the enemies. So which one of you wants to go do something next?
Yeah, what do I do after that?
Carts.
Well, we're not going to be able to catch the cart.
The cart is out of my range and faster than me. So
It might be faster than me.
We're assuming it's
The
fast
cart is
enough.
fast. These large beasts
Now-
of burden are designed to
I would probably have to expend
pull
it.
things at pretty quick
I
speed.
may have to expend an exorbitant amount of speed, but
Typically, when you're trying to be safe, they do not go at the speed that they're going right now. But these ones are not trying to be safe; they're trying to flee.
yeah, I don't have any projectiles, so
I mean, I can throw my knife short range.
Well, right now they are within short range of you.
Oh, are they?
Once it becomes their turn, they will be long range from you.
Okay. If they're within short range of me, then I want to use physical onslaught on the animal.
On the animal, okay.
Yeah.
yeah, I'll let you go do something worse.
And is there?
That's
can I
sheriff's
spend
horse.
a thing to do a thing?
this hat too.
Yes. What?
How does I spend my effort?
Oh, to decrease
Or
to
the effort's the maximum of the.
Well, so your effort level is 1, meaning you can only spend right now 1 level of effort. You can't do additional levels of effort. You
Right.
can only reduce the difficulty by 1 level. But you need to spend 3 from
intellect.
intellect, but you have an edge of 1.
So I would spend 2.
2. However, does your your onslaught has a cost.
1.
1.
So you can only ever apply your edge to an action once. So if you're using your edge to negate the cost of your onslaught, you can't use it to reduce the cost of your effort
So
on the onslaught.
Okay, so it
it'll
would
still
cost
be
me
3.
3.
Or if you're using it, regardless, your total point expenditure becomes the same regardless of how you apply it, but you just can't
Right.
double dip on your edge.
Right. Alright, so the cost would be 3.
Yeah.
To get a bonus to my onslaught. And I rolled a 9.
Okay. Well, luckily, because of your thing, you only needed a 6. So you're fine.
That is 4 physical damage.
All right. You blast one of them in the side. There's 2 of them pulling this thing. But it's all right. You blast one of them in the side, and it kind of like sort of has to steady itself. The harnesses holding the things together help keep it from falling over, but it looks pretty hurt. Sees sort of tissue damage and black burns and scarring across the side of the animal from the force of the blast. But it's
I'm
still
gonna shoot
sort
it.
of pulling this cart along.
Say who else? Who else is within short range besides me?
I can use a medium range crossbow.
I'll let you go before me then.
I mean, there's no chance of me running up to it and stabbing it, right?
No.
Well, right now, so you're at short range, so no, you have to be at immediate range to be able to take an action.
Strange.
That's be at a medium range to do it.
To-
Immediate
Oh,
range.
immediate. I'm sorry.
Medium range.
Immediate
Okay, yeah,
range.
yeah. I thought you said medium too. I was like,
Immediate range.
that's strange.
I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna use
So you're gonna
some might. It's might for physical, right? Like crossbow would be to reduce the difficulty. of the-
No, it's a speed.
Oh, it's speed.
Most attacks are a speed check, unless you're using certain
Okay.
large, heavy type weapons. Would be a might check.
Alright, so I have an edge in my speed.
Okay.
So
If you're using, are you using an
crossbow.
ability?
I'm using a crossbow.
Shooting a
Are
crossbow.
you trying to apply effort?
Yes.
Yes, so that I can
Then
reduce
you
the
reduce the
difficulty.
effort by the cost of the effort by 1. So instead of doing 3 speed pool, becomes 2 speed pool.
So you're spending 2 points on your speed pool.
Spending 2.
Right.
Oh, I also want to point out, because I didn't point this out, and it probably might be relevant here. Instead of applying effort to your hit, if you would like, because you only spend effort on one part of an action, you can apply effort to your damage, which you can do after the fact that you rolled. It comes from your, on a melee attack, that is going to be a might effort. On a ranged attack, it would be a speed effort. But it increases the damage that you dealt by 3. Regardless of whether you're light, medium, or heavy, it's 3 extra damage on adding effort to damage.
Gotcha.
Just so people are aware.
So that's what I'm doing.
So you're doing it for your attack, though, right?
Right, for my attack. I got a 16,
Okay.
so that hits.
So it hits, yeah.
Okay. 4 damage.
To
The same one that he just bolted.
okay. You fire a crossbow bolt into the aneme, and how much did yours do? 4 as well.
Yeah.
So you shoot it in the neck, and the bolt lodges the neck. The thing cries out, and you see blood pouring down the side of it, and it's slowing down and hobbling. But the other one's sort of like still pulling it along. It's not dead, but it's probably going to bleed out somewhere down the road.
Okay.
Alright.
That's me. You?
I'm moving up towards it since I was still at the guys. I didn't run up last time, so I'm still at I guess
You're-
I'd say I would
you're
be
still at
75
medium range.
Right, it's medium range, so I'm gonna just spend my time running up there.
Okay, so you move. You can move a short distance. So you put yourself. You're in the middle of the field. You're now a short distance from them.
That's all I got.
Did you? You haven't gone yet.
I haven't gone because I wanted to
Yes.
see
Yeah, what everybody else is
if
doing.
these guys would be able to take one of those things down, but
Sure.
they couldn't. So, there's no way I'm gonna catch it. So,
It's unfortunately, it has 1 hit point.
yeah, there's no way I'm gonna catch it. All right, so there's still some of those things on the ground in pain, right? Because of the
Yeah, I mean they're kind of
Yeah.
getting back up, pulling themselves back up off the ground. And they seem real fucked up from whatever the hell she just did.
yeah. What are they short range or?
They are a short range from you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I want to make my way towards them.
Okay. Yeah. yeah, you just kind of haul ass over to them, and as they're kind of getting up and turning around to see what the fuck just hit them, they see you sort of running up into their face.
And I have like, I pull out the arm blades protruding from my arm.
All right. They're sort of like, ah! Shit!
They say, "Baka!" And you're like,
I know that word.
No, they just say "buck."
Oh, fuck.
We're really bucks now.
Fuck this! You gotta get out of here, guys.
Alright, so now it's their turn. Those 6 that were in the back decide they are going to hang back and try to sort of hold you guys off to allow the cart to go. They probably won't do that well since they are on the verge of
Royally
death.
fucked.
But they 2 of them stay on you, and then others sort of head into the field to go after other people. Actually, none of them stay with you. They all rush into the field over top of you. You need to make a speed defense roll.
Ooh. And area. Combat reflexes go.
18.
nice.
That's good. You need to have a 15 or better. You manage to they try to bowl you over and trample over top of you. But being sort of the nimble monk-like thing that you are, you manage to just sort of like, you see that they're just going to stampede over you, and you're like, nope! And you just kind of like jump over them. And they just run past you into the field, spreading out to try to like intercept each of you. They kind of were hoping to knock you down, but you're kind of left back there. Their movement is long, so they can actually get to all of you and still attack.
Motherfucker.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the Yaneen, not
I was
the
gonna
bird.
say, yeah.
And so no, they can't.
Wow.
They can't do a trample because that's. I was wondering why a bunch of birds can do a trample attack. That's fucking weird. I was looking
Have you
at.
met a murderer of
I was
crows?
looking at the Yaneen. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's weird.
Geese can't.
So
Virginia
no, like
geese.
2 of them would have stayed on you, and then others would have
They
moved on to the. They
Reverse it.
they pull out these sort of wicked curved blades,
Curved swords.
swords.
They have straight swords. Straight swords.
As they move towards all you guys, they actually can't. Because they can move short distance attack, not immediate. So they can get to you guys and attack, but as they come in range of all you, actually as you moved up to them, and they started turning around, everybody needs to make an intellect defense roll.
Intellect defense.
Not my best.
All right, good.
This is a mental
I
attack.
rolled a 16.
Yes, it is a
Because
mental.
I have an
attack.
inability, willpower / resisting mental
Can we
attacks.
spend
So it's going to
effort?
be more difficult to pass this.
Okay.
You
Yeah, you
can
got-
spend effort, yes,
Before or after you roll?
before you roll.
Yeah, I did before.
Oh, I didn't spend any effort, so.
Yeah, I'm stuck. I got a low one too.
16.
16?
13?
5.
Oh, sorry.
3.
13.
10.
All right. You said 13?
Yes.
The only people that pass are Glenn and Nate. So Kalanthor and
Enoch.
Enoch are the only ones that apparently passed. You would have passed except for yours was a higher difficulty.
Right.
Dice, give me one of the other ones.
Essentially, all of you, Enoch and Kalanthor are able to sort of like shrug it off and not let it get to them. But all of you hear this static buzzing in your head. You don't know what it is, but it's just this annoying, constant kind of just buzzing and ringing in your head. And all of your actions, as long as you are in immediate range of the Murden, are hindered. So their difficulty is increased by 1. So whether it be attacks, defenses, whatever. Then they attack each will, let's see, 2 stayed on you. We'll say 2 are going to go to Foggy because they see some sort of chicken-like entity that is not one of them, or some bird-like entity that is not one of them.
Bird on bird crime. Let's go.
Bird on bird crime. So 2, 4, and then 2 will go. We'll split up 1 and 1. We'll say 1 on each of the ones that weren't affected. So 1 on Enoch, 1 on Cal. So each, basically all of you need to make 2 defense rolls, and everybody else except for Mystery need to make 1 defense roll.
So, when it says train the might defense, it doesn't give me any benefits, right?
It does if it's something that's going to
Okay.
be a might defense roll.
Okay.
If something attacking with might.
Okay, I got you.
Right.
So are they attacking with might?
No, I would.
Yeah, he didn't say.
Might defense is not a standard attack type. Usually, if it's like a heavy, like if someone's coming with like a great sword or something like that, then that would be typically a might an attack.
Or maybe the trample.
Yeah, or like the trample,
Okay.
things like that. Yeah.
I just need to when they use it.
So you're making 2 defense rolls?
He needs to do
You
2
make
defense
two.
rolls.
I
Everybody
make
else
two
just needs to
defense
do 1.
My results were 6 for the first one and 14 for the second.
So 1 of them failed for you.
Okay.
So
Is it a might
you're going to
thing?
take 3 points of damage
Or might? Or...
towards might. Yeah.
Okay.
3 points of damage.
Yeah, 3 points of damage.
I got 13. What am I saying?
You are hindered, but actually it's still okay because it would have gone to 12, 13 still wins.
Mm-hmm.
So you manage to dodge out of the way of this blade that comes at you, or your armor actually even sort of just deflects it off.
Ching!
Yeah. Calanthor, what'd you get on your defense roll?
12. Does armor factor into this?
Armor negates damage.
Okay.
So if I tell you take 3 points of damage and you have armor of
I have
2,
light armor.
you have so you would reduce 1 down to 2 damage instead of 3 damage. But you avoided the attack entirely.
I do have +2 armor.
So
is that
you would take
factored in?
so you would take 1 point of damage.
Oh, so just
1
one.
point of might.
Oh, okay. All right.
I didn't do
So yeah, if you had gotten hit,
Yeah.
So your armor rating reduces whatever damage I tell
Gotcha.
you, reduce it by your armor rating.
I didn't do that last time, so the last battle should have gone way differently.
Yeah, well, I mean, -2 to each attack.
We're still learning. It's all good.
Yeah.
That's fine. If somebody
Did
had
you die?
Yeah, if somebody had died.
Did you
then I would be
die?
like,
No, I don't think so.
you don't have armor.
So well.
So, and you weren't attacked this round. So that's all of them. The wagon continues
You suck.
hightailing
You suck
the
at your
fuck out
job.
of here. It is now on
You're audit.
the edge of long range. About next round will move far
Go
beyond
to your job.
ability to.
Well,
There should be a nice trail of
A
blood.
blood, though, to follow.
Indeed.
That is true. And just wagon tracks. They
Yeah.
aren't trying to be slow or discreet. Like, the wagon tracks are going to be quite apparent. Especially with, a half dozen or more of these things riding in the back of the car.
Alright,
I'm just
so
picturing like the big hit with everybody riding on me.
it went from it went from short to long, right? You're saying? So
Yeah.
So
Well, it went from short to almost beyond long. It's just,
so
it's traveling pretty quickly.
so even moving immediately, and then you couldn't.
You still would be able to keep it.
Yeah.
Running, you will not keep up with this thing running. It's just
I just
not
want to get
gonna
one more shot. That's all.
happen. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Like I just medium shot. If I can't move and get to one medium shot, no point in chasing it. Okay. We up for the next round?
Somebody went after.
Mystery's next.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you're next.
You see your friends being swarmed.
Yep.
Did she even move when she where she was at?
She did. Yeah.
Okay.
Who's closest that I'd be able to? Is the one that Well, there are 2 on him. Is he closest to me right now?
No, he's probably the furthest away from us.
Oh,
Where's the
who's
other one?
closest to me then that would
he's
have
right
that has a?
The other 3 are relatively equidistant from you. In terms of the way the game manages space, they're
where's the
all
other book? I gotta look
in
at it.
immediate range to you. You can get to any
I
of them.
think Todd has the other book.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's
Oh,
in his
Yeah,
crotch.
I gotta look at it.
Take the crash book.
So I'm in immediate range to 3
The
of
3
2
of
of
us.
them.
the other 3, other than
I get discovery this game.
Dyson.
Most of my shit came.
So there are 4 of these bird things.
There's
close.
6 of them. There's 2.
But there's 2 that are with him, so they're a little
2,
further
2,
away.
1, 1.
Yeah, 2. Oh, you were supposed to make 2 of them. I forgot
Oh,
about that.
okay.
Let's just make another one real quick.
That's 17.
That's fine. Yeah, so you still.
Still would have been the same. So,
Yeah.
all right. So since the Birdman's got 2,
Help! Help me!
Help me, Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Use your witchy powers on me.
physical
Use
onslaught.
witchcraft, get the birds off me!
That is an 18.
All right. So you'll also do an extra 2 points of extra
So
damage.
that's 6 points total then.
All right. So
And I could
His
spend an
brain
effort to bump
explodes.
that up too, couldn't I?
if you want to, I will let you know you don't need to.
Okay.
You let go this physical blast of magical energy, and
And I yell, "Don't touch the bird!" No, I'm kidding.
Because of sort of your affinity for sort of genetics and that and such, the magical blast you send isn't just sort of like raw energy. It's sort of this bio mass dissolving bit. So like it blasts into him and you just see his side just sort of like dissolve and the matter and it literally just like
It's like I re-triggered the antimatter.
well you essentially where you hit de-evolves into basic genetic soup.
He made stem cells.
And
Gross.
and he just sort of
You're
like
Invid.
he just its eyes sort of bulge open and like it's like and just like collapses.
It's not the way you act.
And you hear me go, "Can I do it again?"
All right. Now it is back at the top. So which of the 4 of you want to go?
I'll knock out that other one, I mean.
I'll take out the other one. Bird on bird time. Let's try this. I'm gonna shoot it with the blaster.
Do it, Red.
I got. I'm hindered, so that's still a 16.
That will still hit,
Excellent.
even hindered. So you manage to. Well, you do what 4 damage.
4
right?
damage,
So
yeah.
you after it takes a swipe at you, and you manage to dodge out of the way quickly. You put a little bit of distance between yourself with your dodge, and you just sort of bring your arm up with your blaster, and just blow its head away. It's dead.
And I'm like, Bach.
Bugok. All right, which Enoch or Calenthor or Dyson?
So I'm gonna scream like a girl,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna run behind him.
Okay.
And basically, I'm.
Well, that's an immediate move, so you can still take an action.
Okay. I guess I'll shoot at it.
You
Okay.
screamed like a girl in band.
No. I rolled a 1.
Okay.
I have rolled like
So-
shit.
So
So
as you
it's
run,
not just
because you
D&D
rolled a
then.
1, as you run away, I'm going to DM intrusion this. So if you want to allow it, you get to take 1 experience for you and 1 to give somebody else. Or if you have an experience, which I gave you earlier,
I can tell you to fuck off.
you can tell me to fuck off. The DM intrusion is that he swipes at you with his blade as you run away. But what you did not notice, and he's going to hit, what he did not notice is that after the time he was taking before he's about to act again, he had been dipping his blade into poison. He's about to stab you as you run away with this thing.
And you're saying it will hit.
It will hit you if you do not spend your experience to negate it. Or you can take an experience and take some damage.
No, fuck off.
Alright.
And this is how Numenera works.
This is how Numenera works. So when you roll a 1, that is kind of code for me to quite possibly DM intrude on whatever the fuck you're doing.
That's the reminder code for DM to you can do shit.
So all right. So nothing happens. You use your experience to negate that.
I'll go ahead and go
Alright.
next. 'Cause I want to do a rule check here. One of my things under fuses, flesh, and steel, which is my descriptor.
Well, that's your focus.
Focus. Sorry, focus. Under major effect suggestions, like I don't know how this works.
That's if you roll a 20.
Okay. If I roll a 20. If I roll a 20, I can discharge an electrical pulse in the guy's body.
Yeah.
Gotcha. What about minor? How's minor work?
That's if you roll 19.
Roll 19? Okay. Never mind. I will go ahead and just, I still have my arm blades out, so instead of my
Yeah.
awesome...
You've got 2 of them on you.
Yeah, well, instead of my awesome fist, it's just the blades are technically a +2 instead of my fist, which is +5. But...
Right. Or it's 2 damage instead of 5
Yeah,
damage.
that's alright. But I'm gonna go ahead and stab one of them.
Sure.
Attempt stab.
Stab a war. That's 1.
Okay. Similar, as you go to bring your blade against the first one, it parries and brings its blade towards you. You are about to take damage, unless you want to spend experience to not. If you take the damage, you're getting experience.
I don't want to take damage.
All right. So spend the experience you got earlier.
Yep.
You have one. Well, that was your one attack.
Yeah, I want to
Okay. I'm going to drop the crossbow, sword, slash, and it's 14.
14. That will. You were not affected by that, so that will hit.
Slash-o!
All right.
On the birdo.
Damage is irrelevant.
For
it has you cleave the thing in half, or
Right.
whatever way you would
Yeah,
like
I did it with
to.
one hand, so I just did it.
Purely the 4 damage,
Yeah.
not the 6. But it still doesn't matter. It has like 1 hit point left. So it's just they had 9 hit points to start with, and she did 8 to all of them.
Right.
So it's like any hits will take these things out.
Okay, and then
So you just carve into it and just
now as immediate, can I move up to the next one?
you can move up to another one. You
I'll
can't
move
take
to-
another action.
Right, I know, but I'll move up the one that was after him.
Yeah.
That way I can intercept it.
In fact, I'll say this. So as you bring your hand down, the blade down on this thing, and you meet, it resists less than you expect. It seems that the effect of the thing that she let off, you literally are just cutting through paper. Like, it has literally turned into paper, and you basically just tear this thing in 2, and it just falls apart.
Like pressure cooked fried chicken.
You move up to the one that's on Enoch, but you can't take another action.
Right.
I believe that's all of you have gone now, so it's
It's their turn.
their turn.
Go turn the mystery.
How
So the
many
2 on you are dead.
Yes.
You killed the one on you.
And then I moved up on him, so there's one on him and one on...
I still have
There's
2 on
2
me.
on you.
Yeah,
There's
2
one
on
on
me.
Enoch. Well, no, there's none on Enoch because Enoch ran away from that one.
I'm behind
So
Bird.
behind Foggy over there.
But there are 3 left.
There are 3 left.
The bird barrier.
So now it's actually on me.
So
The
okay, that's fine.
Barrier.
So then you need to make
Bird Barian.
a defense roll, and you need to make 2 defense rolls.
Barbarian. 2.
Did you fail both of them?
Yeah, 8 2. Yeah.
Okay. So you're going to take total 6 points of might damage, but you can
Reduce it by
You can
your
reduce it
armor.
by 4 because your armor is 2. It's 2 hits, so you reduce by your 6 by 4. So you're taking 2 points of might damage.
Okay. So it's 3.
A 9.
A 9, because you are not hindered, that will pass, and you manage to avoid the attack.
Birdman.
Harvey. Alright, so
Here's that thing I sent you.
that's right. We're now at mystery. What would you like to do?
Alright, so there's
Oh, and by the way, the cart now is
gone.
way on.
it's
There are
gone around the
3
corner. It's kind of
3
off.
left, right?
We don't care this much.
Yep. Take one off Dyson. Because he's sucking over there.
Yeah, I know.
Dyson's just getting like ganged up on and stabbed repeatedly.
Okay, then yeah, we're gonna
Render into
use
Caesar,
physical
Caesar's.
onslaught on the
2.
one of the ones that's
Caesar.
attacking him.
It's
At 2 Hamlet.
That's a 9 on the die.
All right. Well, you are hindered from the effect earlier, so you would have needed a 12. So you failed. So your blast
I missed.
misses and just sort of hits the ground. kava fruit just explodes. Rotten fruit explodes all over the
Flies.
place. You're covered in like now this
Oh.
sweet rotten juices just like from this fruit.
Covered
Oh.
juices.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for
Sweet
this.
Back up to the top.
Yep, back up the top. Which one of you four want to do something?
Let me do something.
All right.
Let me
Try to take one of these guys out.
yeah, get these assholes off me. Damn it.
Alright. So,
We're not having a good night.
once again, like you keep trying to attack these things, but they seem to be kind of working in concert to like as you go against one, they one of them will sort of block the attack to kind of try to give the other one opening and stuff like that.
This one needs to crack the tail.
His jail's getting overcrowded.
There's too many dice in that jail.
It's overcrowded. Quick,
it's
we
like
need
the
more
American
federal
fucking-
spending.
Yeah.
I'm taking a poke at the one in front of me. 10. One-handed.
Because you're not hindered, that will hit that. You Zorro it and it dies.
Okay.
That was the one that had been on Enoch earlier.
Right.
You can still use your immediate movement to try to
I'm gonna move over to.
over to him. Yeah, that's fine.
Is that the last that's left? Is the two?
The two on him is the last
Two
one.
on me.
So hopefully you guys hit him, but if not,
Oh,
Well,
I'm
we
gonna,
want to be able to talk to one of them.
well, that's we'll leave one. Try to leave one alive.
Gonna try. I'm gonna.
Do some
Either one of them
damage.
taking damage yet?
Oh, they're both hit.
yeah.
They're
Yeah,
both at
yeah.
8 minus 8.
Yeah.
Physical onslaught,
1 damage will kill any of them.
15 to one of them.
That will absolutely hit, and you said it's physical onslaught?
Yeah, 4 damage.
Yeah. Just you blasted that. One of them gets hit from behind and just slams against you and just sort of like collapses and leaves sort of a trail of like blood and saliva down here.
I'm gonna say, Foggy, try to convince the other one to surrender, otherwise we're vaporizing his ass.
You speak bird, right?
Yeah.
Fuck off!
There's no way to do subdual damage with this game, right?
I mean, you.
Probably could if it was a melee weapon, but like a blaster. I don't
Yeah,
think
blast. I don't think your
No.
blaster's not gonna be able to do
Put it to stun.
Yeah, right. Just click.
something.
Set your bullets to stun.
I'm going to use my demeanor of command for a free effort on the one persuasion test and persuade him to stand down.
Okay, spend. I think you have to spend some intellect pool for
I
that.
do. I have to spend 2 of them. I have an edge of 1, so I have to spend 1 point for that. That's 14. Plus full 1, so whatever that is.
Okay. It sort of turns around and like looks at you and just sort of does that little bird-like thing. Like it's kind of doesn't understand what you're saying, but it understands that you're trying to talk to it.
Let's see here. Trains. Yeah. Trying to think if there's any other way I can make it understand. I'll try another persuasion test. I mean, just trying to get it to de-escalate the situation.
Sure. Well, that was your action already for the turn.
Okay,
so,
yeah, fair enough.
Next person.
What's him?
So it's him. All right. So it takes its sword and begins like drawing in the dirt.
Okay. That's novel.
It's killing the dirt. Kill it.
Inability. Any task involving lore, understanding, or knowledge. That's
Yes.
me.
I
So I'm
actually,
like,
You have an
I have
additional.
no idea what it's doing.
I actually have decipher, but it takes a minute to examine the writing. If it's writing or code, is this?
It's more like pictures.
So,
It's art.
Pictionary.
Yeah.
is it a language though?
No.
Okay.
Is anybody going to make an aggressive action for it?
Well, if this is action, then it's mysteries.
I'm gonna try to look at his picture.
Okay. Are you all kind of gathering around to
Yeah.
look at?
Yeah, I'm looking down at it. I mean,
Well,
Okay.
like I asked, like, do we want
It's
to
kind
knock
of standing right in front of you. Its back's to you now. And it's just sort of like drawing the sand with its sword.
Should I knock him out?
I'm.
Let him do the thing.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Wait around.
Let's
Alright,
wait
I
a-
put my arm blades, retract them back into my arm.
Make certain it's just
when it becomes my turn, I'm gonna
I need
just
my
start
dice
observing
out of the
it
jail
and studying it.
because they're all in there now.
Okay.
We're hoping they learn that
This
they've
is what
rehabilitated.
overcrowding
We're
does.
hoping. We're gonna find out. We're giving them all another shot here. All three of them.
They're all on parole.
Without good rehabilitation, the risk of reviticism is high.
Alright. Do we need to do a interpret check or something?
I want
I think we need to
try
let him finish.
Okay. Well then, alright. When his
I'm
turn,
standing by. In
Okay,
case the
So
state-
nobody is anybody taking any kind of action?
other than what I just said.
I
I'm
want-
taking
Right.
I'm taking a stance.
If he's
like,
done with his action of drawing in the sand, I want to figure out what he's drawing in the sand.
He's still in the process of drawing.
Okay.
Okay, then we
yeah,
will wait.
if
Well,
this
let him
thing
roll.
like lunges at
No one's gonna
anybody, including myself, like
Right. We're gonna kill him. He knows that.
Okay, so I will say this. Does it look like he's manipulating the Numenera? So he's not like, it's not explosive runes.
No.
Okay.
Good call.
Yeah.
No. He looks like
Yeah,
he's
fair
trying
point.
to communicate something.
Okay.
But
But I'm just
he
gonna let
doesn't-
him do.
You get the idea. It doesn't speak.
Right.
What you know?
Right.
like-
Sure.
So it's trying to get across an idea to you.
Block.
Okay.
As you guys all kind of watch and gather closer, it keeps kind of sort of scratching out different stuff and whatnot, and then like looking at all of you and then like scratching some stuff. And then as you guys are all sort of sitting there watching and waiting, it sort of like looks at all of you and just sort of
It's done.
like pointing at what it's drawn.
Okay. Look at the drawing.
You
yeah.
all
What do you
you
draw?
all try to
We're all
make
trying
out
to
what
make
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? All these rolls can hurt. Except for Mike, that was terrible.
4.
16.
Okay. I
Looks
got a
like
12,
Pictionary.
and whatever it is reduced by 1 step. So the difficulty of interpreting it, whatever.
11.
Okay. So, the three of you, Kalanthor, Dyson, and Enoch, you guys, all of you sort of look at this thing and try to figure out what it is. It's hard to make out just because, like, this is a field full of rotten fruit and the ground is kind of wet and soggy and gross and there's bits of fruit all over and it's
And bird parts.
yeah. And so, like, it's
Save some of that. It's delicious.
it's not dry dirt that's kind of stays put, like it's kind of muddy, and so as you draw some of it kind of fall back in. So but you guys all kind of take a look at it, and the three of you are able to decipher that it's not it looks to be a depiction of sort of like a human or humanoid sort of general picture, and then one of these bird people, sort of like a depiction of like it. So there's like you see like just the human figure standing by itself, and then like one of sort of I guess was a rough idea of what it is, a Murden, and then like next it looks like the human is kind of bent over a bit with the Murden on top of it. And then you're like, what the fuck? And you look up and the Murden is running off.
Son of a bitch. Shoot.
What is this? Ah, son of a bitch!
Did he just tell us to go fuck ourselves? Or that he's gonna fuck with us?
Yeah, he's
How
fucking
far
with
away
us.
is it?
At this point, it's probably medium.
Really that far?
Wait, where the fuck is my cross? Ah, I dropped my crossbow. Fuck.
You did, right? Yeah, you have your sword out right now.
Yes.
I'm like,
Let him go for now.
I yell back in bird, screw you, pal!
Yeah, it very clearly it says in the book that like they can't understand, but maybe a couple of words of normal human languages, but they will occasionally try to communicate in sort of scratchings in the dirt and pictures and stuff like that, but not to ever trust them because they delight in trickery and fucking with people and everything else. And at this point, it knows it's not going to live continuing to fight, so it's just trying to distract you long enough that it can fucking run.
Well,
Can't
good luck
kill
living your life out as a mutated
Where did you
fuck.
want to stop tonight? This
This is pretty,
Yeah.
more or less as we're going to be quitting. So, you guys are able to look around, and I'm not going to have you roll. It would be an easy test. You clearly see tracks. There's a line of blood from the amine, something like that. So you have a pretty clear track to follow to try to see where they're going.
Yeah, well, we're probably
And
gonna-
that's where we can pick up.
we can investigate. The
Yeah, you can want to
yeah.
investigate the barn or anything else while you're
Maybe,
here.
I mean, because he may have some paperwork about maybe he had a deal or contract with these guys.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
So, but that's where we're leaving off.
Oh, that was interesting.
Oh,
Very
let's
fun.
save one and then the question.
Ah, fuck you guys. I'm killing all the motherfuckers from now on.
That's the thing. Like everybody's like, well, the players are always murder hobos. It's like, well, you know, we tried to take a prisoner, tried to talk every time. Like in my entire gaming career, every time we've taken a prisoner, it has not really worked out very well.
I think that you guys did it a few times.
He wasn't a we were rescuing a prisoner.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
best for
that's true.
I think that you guys tried to take prisoners a couple times, and I gave you guys information.
We got what we needed, but it was not.
I mean, you're not
it
just because
wasn't-
you take a prisoner doesn't, and even if they give you up information, doesn't mean that they're going to be fucking happy about it or like they're going to be
But
completely direct.
that's
You know
the
what I'm saying?
fantasy,
Like,
though. It's,
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to. That's the ultimate end goal. You're trying to go to. Yeah, you're not going to get it. It's like saying I want to win the $1 million prize instead of the $500 prize.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not something I'm really.
I mean, typically, to me, it's
anyway.
like if you get a prisoner, typically, you know, if you want to take prisoners, I like the idea of taking the prisoner and interrogating them, but as a DM, I have to weigh like one, how much does this guy actually know?
True.
2, is he a fanatic? Are you dealing
No,
with a
yeah,
fanatical
there's a lot of
individual or
extra
not?
questions beyond that.
And then, like, you know, are you asked, is he going to be, even if he gives up information, is it going to be half truths?
True.
You know, and things like that to try to throw you off because a prisoner is more interested in saving their neck than giving you information, right? They will give up enough information to keep themselves alive, but also potentially, unless you
But
know,
if they don't give up anything, we kill them. If they give up everything, we kill them. So they
Right,
have to give
right.
up something in the middle.
right. So, or if they give up everything and you don't kill them and set them free, whoever they were working for might kill them.
Right.
So it's like, you
Or
know,
then they come back and kill us.
Yeah, I mean that has been.
I saw Saving Private Ryan.
so it's, you know, as a DM, it's like I like the idea of taking prisoners and interrogating them, and I will typically always reward it with some information.
They can
I
dig
will
us
not
a-
be like, let me lay bare the entirety of my story for you. Like,
You know what? Next time, let's make him dig his own grave first. Put him in it. That way he can't escape.
it's also,
Okay.
but
Alright.
if they have no potential for escape, though, they definitely don't give up information. Because then, what incentive do they have?
Well, let me tell you like this: making a
XP?
bird dig, you're
Yeah,
sitting there
so-
for hours while he just does it with his leg.
So everybody
I've seen this happen.
gains one experience for a well played session.
Yay!
I get 2 XP.
Yeah.
I get
Not
one
rolling
XP.
any ones.
I didn't have to spend any of my XP. But it's 4 XP.
You never know, though. Next game, she might be
I might be
rolling
like,
ones
crap.
like crazy.
I know.
next week there might be a whole lot of, no, Todd. No.
Yeah.
Are we next weekend?
DM giveth,
Oh, yeah,
DM
are we
can
next
take
weekend?
it back.
As it
I
is.
think we are. I think it's the week after the week.
I know Ben
You're
isn't
not
going
gonna
to be
here,
around
right?
again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
You're
be
not going to be here.
On next
No,
week.
wait. Next.
It's the weekend after, 22nd, right?
Yeah, the 26th.
I thought you were going to be here next week or the weekend after.
Sunday, I'm not around,
Oh, but you'll be here
but
Saturday.
I'll be here Saturday.
Next weekend is also my birthday. Literally next Saturday is my birthday.
Well, we need to do
Well,
something
then.
about
Well,
that.
then.
So I would like to do something even if we're not streaming.
Stripper?
I would like to be gaming. I mean, I'm okay with stripper. Bethany will probably want to be here for doing stripper.
I don't have stripper money.
It's my birth. I don't have stripper money either, but it's my birthday. I better not be paying for stripper. So I'm just like,
No. Like, on
There's that.
stream, we'll make sure she wears pasties.
I mean, I'm happy
Tasteful.
if we want to have a stripper come play D&D with us. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Pornhub.
I mean, hey,
Yeah.
we've been talking about
See
that.
what I
for
can
ages.
arrange.
Yeah, she,
Or if we can play the
Just-
X-Men
just have
arcade
to get
game
in.
and she can play Dazzle.
yeah, she doesn't have to take anything off. Just dress her scantily, and then
Yeah.
play D&D.
I mean,
Every time she rolls a 1, she moves an article clear.
Yes.
Then we're
Strip
definitely shooting
D&D?
up.
I can imagine the email correspondence. Like, we have particular interests.
We need a woman with a particular set of skills.
Yes. Can you
they're
roll a
like,
d20?
What's your kink? We want you to play D&D. Oh, that's nasty.
What would be great is if they're like, we got Like 3 or 4 girls would be totally into that.
Yeah,
That's the dream. It's like sweet.
So there are some people.
I would give up my seat.
Yeah, it's my birthday next Saturday. I would like to be gaming whether we're streaming or not. I don't care what we do. I'm happy to run the game, or if somebody else wants to let me play for my birthday, I'm happy with that as well. I don't care.
So,
I'm happy with continuing Numenera. That's fine with me if you guys want to keep doing that.
If you want to sit in a player seat for your birthday, I can continue running either Salt Marsh or something totally brand new.
Saltwater Marsh, gotcha.
Not a brand new system.
Just
but
call it Ben
easy.
Marsh.
Yeah, I'm down with whatever. I enjoy Numenera, and hopefully you guys at least have enjoyed
It was interesting. I liked
so
it.
far.
Something different.
I was noticing the speed of things were going much quicker, in my opinion, at least like in combat and stuff like that, as people got comfortable with what was happening.
Yeah.
Like my turn in particular as a DM is really easy to just be like, you, and you are all being attacked. Everybody fucking roll a defense. Pass, fail, pass, damage. Cool. I'm done. Like, as opposed to he attacks you. Roll 20. Hit, miss. What's your AC? Cool. I need to roll damage. Okay, next bad guy. Like,
Right.
so my DM's turn, bad guy's turn, much faster. And as you guys got comfortable with how, and I would say it will continue to get quicker for each of your turns as you're like, I really want this to happen. I'm spending effort. I know I need to spend this many points. Blah blah blah. Done.
I also think that being this low of a level, there's really not a lot of things we can do.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a lot of resources.
Yeah,
we don't have a lot of we have a bunch of the ciphers. We have maybe 3 ciphers a piece if they're even
There's
useful.
2 to 3 depending on.
Right, and if they're even applicable.
Yeah.
And we can look at this as they ain't never gonna be applicable unless wait, it's a grenade. Oh, okay.
Or yeah, so ciphers.
No, I got some fun ones.
Ciphers are things that'll at least one cipher should pop up a session, if not multiple ciphers a session. And the idea is that over time, unless you're using them very often, you might have to make choices of like, oh, this cipher's super cool. I'm going to take this and leave this other one that I have. Fuck it, I'm trashing it. Whatever.
Right. But for most like combat, it's like, well, what are your weapons? I have a blaster. I have some other thing. I have a sword and I have a crossbow.
You don't have a lot of special abilities yet. 'Cause you're only tier 1. As you level up, you'll get more and more options of like each round. I want to do this, or this. Yeah. But the idea is that as you level up, you should also be more comfortable with your character and the types of things you can do. So adding more options shouldn't slow you down, in theory.
Okay.
At least not too drastically. Yeah, I'm happy to run this again. I enjoy this game. I think this is going to be an interesting little set of adventures if we want to continue with it. If people aren't super into it, we don't have to keep doing Numenera. The idea of us delving into Numenera was the idea of us giving some other things that weren't D&D a chance and seeing what, throwing pickles out a window type thing, seeing what sticks.
I throw spaghetti at windows.
Or spaghetti.
If it sticks, then it's cooked.
Yeah. Well, I hate pickles, so I tend to throw them at anything that's not my sandwich.
Those pickles.
Yeah, like slices,
Chicken.
not like a whole pickle, like a pickle slice.
I also pictured a
Yes.
pickle.
No. Like when you pull a
Bouncing.
pickle off of like a burger or something like
Yes.
that, like soggy little.
Does it pass
slice
your
thing.
DR, your dill resistance?
It's like Nate's with his tomatoes. Yes.
Yeah,
Well, everybody, that's what tomatoes are for, is to take off your food, right?
Yes.
I agree.
Cannon hates tomatoes.
Okay.
If people aren't happy with Numenera, that doesn't. You don't have to have a decision right now.
No.
As we move on, if at any point people are like, "Yeah, this is cool and
We need
all,"
to get further.
but
We need to get further into it.
Yeah.
Past
Let's try 2 or 3 sessions.
right now. I mean, I'm having a good time.
That's fine.
That's cool.
I have other things we could do. But yeah, but for next week,
He's a man of particular interests.
I'd be happy with
He's a
it.
man
I
of
was
particular
enjoying.
tastes.
Yeah.
I was enjoying playing Francois in Saltmarsh the other week. I'd be happy to return to him, especially since if I can get a chance to test out my Avenger class a little more.
I thought Francois was in the Stranger Things.
Oh, Francois was the Stranger Things one. You're right. No.
You were playing the Dwarf Avenger, who was all like, "Yo,
Let's go.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah.
The Christian Bale.
yeah, Christian Bale."
Yeah. He's not really a dwarf, but yeah, as far as everybody else knows, he's a dwarf.
The Dwarf Knight returns.
The Dwarf Knight.
Dude, I wonder what Christian Bale would do to his body if he were to play a dwarf.
Well, you ever seen Gattaca?
God.
He'd shrink himself somehow.
He'd take out like about 3 centimeters of
Legs.
shin.
Yeah.
I need you to take out my femur.
Excuse me, what?
I don't know. We can figure that out over chat over the next week. We don't have to sit here and do that right now.
Okay.
Right here. But I'm happy to. I like running games. I like playing games. I don't care what we do. But it's my birthday. It's my birthday. I'd even be down with, even if again we're not streaming the whole thing. If we wanted to do some additional activities, whether it be gaming or otherwise, earlier before stream, whatever else, if people had the time and or inclination. I kind of left the day open to do whatever the fuck I wanted. I told Bethany it's my birthday.
Besides,
I'm not going to be
I
sitting.
hate this
You know,
guy.
I might try to get up with
Mansions of
people to do shit before stream or do whatever else. So
We also
If people
play,
wanna do stuff.
we also play an elaborate board game or something.
Mansions of Madness.
what else? All right, we'll talk about it.
Alrighty, guys.
All right,
Thanks
well,
for tuning
thank you
in.
for
If you
watching.
tuned in, see y'all next time.
Peace.
Eiffel
We
Tower.
Eiffel Tower.
Or at least be good doing it.
The Wabash.